chosen one. Listen carefully. Something divine is happening right now. You didn't find this message by coincidence. Heaven arranged it. Everything around you has tried to dull your vision, but that deception ends here. You were never meant to move like the crowd, and you were never meant to be blind. You are awake now. You remember the shift, don't you? That quiet, uneasy moment when everything familiar suddenly felt false. The conversations that once comforted you began to sound rehearsed. The smiles carried shadows. It was as if the curtain dropped in the middle of the play, and you finally saw the actors behind the lines. That was the moment heaven touched your eyes. They built a perfect trap, polished, pleasant, logical. It promised safety, but stole sight. It offered acceptance, but demanded your silence. It came in the form of opportunities that glittered, but had no soul. Yet something inside you resisted. You couldn't explain why you hesitated, why your spirit said wait. That was God, whispering truth through the static. You see now how it worked. The trap was not a cage of bars, but of attention. They fed you distraction, fed you noise, kept your heart busy so you'd never question what they fed your mind. The plan was flawless until you stopped running and started listening, until heaven let you glimpse the strings they pulled behind the curtain. You once called that restlessness anxiety. Now you know it was discernment trying to speak. The still, small voice telling you, this isn't real. This isn't you. That whisper was your rescue. God didn't remove the trap, He revealed it, so that your awakening would be complete. Let me tell you a story. There was a man who lived surrounded by people who praised his every move. They told him he was successful, favored, blessed. But every night he lay awake, staring at the ceiling, feeling hollow. One morning, he lost everything: job, friends, reputation. He thought it was punishment. But in that silence, God spoke. The man began to see who truly cared and who merely clapped for his performance. That fall became his freedom. What he thought was destruction was revelation. That's your story too, isn't it? The false peace had to break, so real peace could arrive. The counterfeit connections had to fall away, so true alignment could begin. You see through it now: the manipulation, the empty promises, the spiritual fog pretending to be light. You are no longer asleep. You are standing at the edge of awareness, where illusion fades and purpose begins. The truth may sting, but it also sets you free. The darkness that once frightened you now fears you, because eyes that see cannot be deceived again. Imagine yourself walking through a hall of mirrors. Every reflection tries to distort your form: taller here, smaller there, twisted in another. That was your life under deception. But now, a single beam of divine light cuts across the room, striking the true mirror. You finally see yourself as heaven does, clear, whole, chosen. You are not late. You are right on time. The revelation came exactly when you were strong enough to carry it. Every sleepless night, every tear, every moment of confusion, it was preparation for this sight. You were being trained to recognize truth without needing proof. And now, heaven watches as you take your first steps with eyes wide open. You can sense motives before words are spoken. You can feel when something carries peace or poison. That's not paranoia, that's discernment. The signature of those God trusts with clarity. Do not fear what you see. Do not retreat into the comfort of blindness. The same God who opened your eyes will also guide your steps. This is only the beginning of your unveiling. The Word of God declares in the book of Psalms, chapter 27, verse 1, "The Lord is my light and my salvation. Whom shall I fear? The Lord is my stronghold, the strength of my life. Of whom shall I be afraid?" If this message resonates with your spirit, pause for a moment and act in faith, like, share, and subscribe so that more awakened souls can hear what heaven is revealing. And as a prophetic act, comment 444 below your declaration that you see through the deception now. Now that your eyes are open, the world may start reacting differently to you. People who once felt comfortable around your silence may grow uneasy in your clarity. Do not shrink to soothe their discomfort. Light always exposes what hides in shadow, and not everyone is ready to be seen. Your awakening is not arrogance, it is alignment. When you walk with truth, deception cannot sit beside you anymore. Some doors will close abruptly. Some relationships will fade without explanation. Let them. God is not subtracting, He is refining. Every absence will make room for authenticity, for voices that speak from spirit instead of ego. Remember, sight is both gift and burden. The chosen often carry loneliness because few can understand what they see. But heaven compensates for isolation with intimacy. When the world falls silent, God speaks louder. Let that be your rhythm, less noise, more knowing. There will come nights when you question this path. You'll wonder if seeing too much is a blessing or a curse. In those moments, whisper this truth: revelation is never punishment. The eyes that see are the ones trusted to protect. You are not cursed, you are commissioned. You are walking proof that God's light penetrates every system built to blind. Each step forward is warfare. Every truth you live out becomes a weapon of freedom for those still trapped. You're not just escaping, you're leading the way out. So breathe. Chosen one, the trap has lost its grip. The veil is gone. The truth stands tall before you. And you are ready to move. Walk in it. Speak from it. And never again let comfort, silence, clarity. Comment 444. Once more, if you receive this confirmation, heaven sees your agreement. You were never the target they feared your sight. That's the truth. The enemy never wanted you to know. From the moment you began to see clearly, darkness started to panic. Because sight, spiritual sight, is more dangerous to hell than any weapon forged by human hands. Once you perceive, manipulation loses its power. Once you recognize the lie, you can't unknow it. You have always sensed this battle, haven't you? The strange tension between what people said and what your spirit felt. You'd walk into a room, and though everyone smiled, something inside you whispered, "Be careful." You couldn't explain it. You thought maybe you were overreacting, but now you understand it wasn't paranoia. It was discernment, sharpening inside you like a hidden blade. There are those who study you, trying to predict your reactions, copying your language, mimicking your light. They fear your clarity because it reveals their motives. Your awareness is their undoing. When you stop falling for their illusions, their influence collapses. Think of a lighthouse standing on a cliff in the middle of a storm. The waves roar. The sky cracks open with thunder, but the light remains fixed. Ships caught in chaos navigate by that light, but darkness hates it. You are that lighthouse now, steady, unmoved, unbending. Your vision is the enemy's greatest threat. That's why confusion was launched at you like a weapon through emotional storms, spiritual fog, and words that twisted truth. But confusion can't live where focus thrives. God is now training your eyes to stay forward, even when the world screams for attention. According to what is revealed in the book of Proverbs, chapter 4, verse 25, let your eyes look straight ahead, fix your gaze directly before you. This verse is not just instruction, it is protection. Heaven is teaching you how to walk through deception without getting entangled again. Fix your gaze. Don't glance at distractions dressed as opportunities. Don't chase every voice that calls your name. Not every door is divine. Not every offer is an assignment. There will be people who once praised you, but now accuse you of being distant. Don't apologize for clarity. When your vision aligns with heaven, you outgrow small talk, small plans, small faith. Those still asleep will misread your silence as arrogance. But it's not pride, it's purpose. A chosen one must learn to guard their focus as fiercely as warriors guard their weapons. Every minute wasted on explaining yourself is energy stolen from your mission. Every argument meant to prove your worth is a snare dressed as conversation. Walk away from debates that drain discernment. God did not call you to be understood. He called you to be effective. There is a sacred maturity growing inside you now. You are learning when to speak, when to stay silent, and when to simply smile while walking away. The old you would have fought for validation. The awakened you fights for peace. You know who you are now, and that terrifies deception. You've noticed how subtle the enemy's distractions have become. It no longer comes as open temptation, but as busyness, comparison, and noise. It whispers, "Look over here." Every time God is about to reveal something deeper, but your eyes are fixed now. You've learned to see patterns, to recognize the bait hidden beneath the blessing. That awareness is spiritual armor. There was a young woman, once another chosen one, whose gift was vision. Every time she dreamed, the dream came true. But over time, people began to manipulate her gift. Using flattery to bend her will, she lost her direction, chasing approval instead of alignment. One night, after years of confusion, she prayed, "God, help me see what you see." The next morning, her phone broke, her job ended, and her circle scattered. At first, she felt abandoned. Later, she realized it was mercy. God had cleared her line of sight. What she thought was loss was actually lens correction. You may feel the same pruning right now. It's not punishment, it's precision. God is trimming every branch that blocks your view. You will see more, but that means you will need less. The clearer your eyes, the narrower your path. Do not fear solitude. Clarity often requires it. The chosen must sometimes walk alone to learn how to walk by revelation instead of reaction. The crowd looks backward, but you look forward. You are called to see what others refuse to see, to recognize false light and still follow truth. There's power in your gaze. Chosen one, when you look ahead with faith, the enemy's traps behind you lose relevance. When you fix your focus on divine direction, the fog begins to part. You start noticing how each trial has shaped your perception, how even pain trained your spiritual eyesight. Like a hawk soaring above the forest, you can now spot deception miles away. You see the patterns of manipulation long before the trap closes. The enemy can't hide behind charm anymore. Lies lose their glamour under your gaze. That's what they fear, the one who sees and stays unmoved. Stay anchored in this new clarity. Your task is not to convince others of what you see, but to keep seeing. The truth will vindicate itself in time. What's concealed will unravel, and every hidden motive will face light. Your responsibility is simple. Keep your eyes forward, your heart pure, and your spirit steady. You were never the target. They feared your sight. And now that you've seen through their illusion, nothing can stop what heaven is building in you. The light that once revealed deception will soon reveal direction. Walk on. The hidden web of deception, it was never random. It was woven carefully, thread by thread, around your emotions, your trust, your routines. You lived inside it for years without realizing it. Every strand was designed to make you doubt your own discernment. But now, you can finally see the pattern beneath the surface. The trap didn't look like evil. It looked like comfort. It spoke softly, offered stability, and disguised control as love. It came through people who smiled while draining your peace, through environments that called themselves home, but suffocated your spirit. It wasn't always loud. It was subtle, patient, and deliberate. You remember how it began: just a few compromises, a few silenced instincts. Every time you felt uneasy, you pushed it down. Every time you questioned, you told yourself, maybe it's just me. But it wasn't. That was the web tightening. The enemy doesn't always destroy quickly. Sometimes he decorates the cage until you stop wanting to leave. You have to understand, deception always hides in what looks safe. The serpent didn't come to Eve with fire. He came with conversation. Darkness rarely enters your life as chaos. It comes as comfort that blinds. But you, chosen one, have learned to sense vibration beyond words. Your spirit detects what the mind tries to ignore. Picture this: a spider's web glistening with dew at dawn. Beautiful, intricate, delicate, but every line connects to the center, where the predator waits. That's how deception works. It's artful, polished, seductive. The closer you get to the center, the harder it is to break free. But once light hits it, the illusion fades. What looked like beauty becomes evidence of entrapment. That's where you are now. The light has hit. You're seeing every strand for what it is. The manipulations, the fake friendships, the spiritual distractions wrapped in good intentions. The truth may sting, but it's setting you free one revelation at a time. According to the writings of the Apostle Paul in the letter to the Ephesians, chapter 5, verse 11, have nothing to do with the fruitless deeds of darkness, but rather expose them. And that is exactly what you are doing. You are exposing darkness by refusing to participate in it. You are disrupting systems of deceit simply by staying awake. The moment you stop engaging, their control collapses. Every no you speak in truth weakens the web that once held you. Some will accuse you of being harsh or judgmental. They will call your boundaries walls because they can no longer manipulate you. But discernment is not cruelty, it is clarity. Protecting your peace is not pride, it's obedience. God did not call you to be everyone's comfort. He called you to be light in a world addicted to illusion. There's a quiet power in your awakening now. You walk differently. You listen more carefully. You measure energy before words. You no longer allow every hand to touch your spirit. You've learned that presence without purity is poison. Let me tell you a story. There was once a young man who thought he had everything: success, attention, admiration. People praised him constantly. But something about their praise felt hollow. One day, a mentor asked him, if their voices went silent, would you still know who you are? That question shattered him. He realized his identity had been built from echoes. He walked away from the crowd and entered a season of silence. Years later, he returned, not needing applause, but carrying authority. The web had broken. That's you now, no longer addicted to validation, free from their narrative, awake to divine reality. You're not angry, you're aware. You don't hate those who lied, you simply see them. Awareness is your revenge, and peace is your victory. The deeper revelation here is this: God allowed you to see the web so you could teach others how to escape it. You were chosen not just to survive deception, but to discern it and dismantle it. What once trapped you will now tremble before you. The enemy counted on your confusion, but he never anticipated your awakening. And once your eyes opened, everything changed. You became the one thing deception cannot handle, a soul that sees clearly, yet still chooses love. That's what terrifies hell. Keep walking in that balance: truth with compassion, vision with humility. Don't rush to expose everyone. Let your life expose them. Your consistency will reveal more truth than confrontation ever could. And now, I invite you to anchor this revelation within your heart. Comment, I see it, below 3 simple words, but a prophetic declaration that your eyes are open, your discernment is active, and the web no longer holds you. When you type it, do it as a seal, as a spiritual statement. You will never again fall for what once fooled you. When you comment, I see it, you're not just typing words, you're declaring spiritual authority. You are announcing to heaven and to every hidden force that once kept you bound, that your sight belongs to God now. Those 3 words form a decree. I will no longer walk by illusion. I walk by revelation. It is both confession and covenant. This declaration reshapes your atmosphere. The moment you speak clarity, confusion begins to crumble. Every manipulative voice loses its grip because light has a sound, and it vibrates through truth. Heaven hears that sound and responds. What was foggy becomes focused. What was blurred now stands defined. From this day forward, let discernment become your daily language. Not suspicion, not fear, but wisdom guided by peace. Test every invitation. Listen beyond tone to the spirit behind the words. When something feels off, don't rush to explain it away. That's your spiritual vision, warning you of the web before it forms. You have come too far to fall back into blindness. Stand firm in awareness, gentle in heart, and strong in spirit. You see now not to judge but to guide. Remember, every eye opened becomes a torch for another soul, still trapped in darkness. That is your mission now, to illuminate. The whisper of truth in the noise. This is how it began. Not with thunder, not with angels shaking the earth. It began with a single, quiet nudge inside your chest. A thought that didn't fit the rhythm of the chaos around you. A moment of stillness in a world addicted to motion. That whisper was God. Not shouting, not forcing, but inviting. He speaks that way because only those who truly seek will hear. Deception is loud, constant, demanding your attention like static on every frequency. Truth, however, is soft and steady, waiting to be chosen. You know this whisper now. You've felt it in the middle of conversations that looked right but sounded wrong. You've heard it in the pause before saying yes to something that glittered but carried no peace. That's how heaven trains your spirit to recognize tone over talk, presence over performance. There's a story of a man who lived in a city filled with voices. He was respected, admired, and surrounded by people offering advice. Yet inside he was suffocating. Every day he prayed for clarity. And one night, a dream came. He was standing in a crowded market where every stall shouted his name, promising satisfaction. But in the corner of that dream, a faint melody played. It was quiet, almost drowned by the noise. The man turned toward it and followed. With each step, the noise faded. He found himself standing before a single lamp, burning in the dark, and from its flame came the voice of God. "I've been speaking, but you've been listening to everything else." Oh, he woke up, weeping. Understanding the message, truth, had never been absent. It had simply been outshouted. That's how it happens to many of the chosen. You are not deaf to God. You are surrounded by volume. The enemy's strategy is not silence, it is saturation. He fills your world with endless scrolling, endless opinions, endless debates, not to convince you, but to exhaust you. When your soul grows tired, even truth feels like noise. That's when discernment fades. So God begins to separate you, not to isolate, but to recalibrate. He leads you into stillness. That's where the whisper becomes clear again. He doesn't need to compete with chaos. He just waits until you quiet the storm within. There's something sacred about silence when you're awakened. You begin to realize that peace itself is a voice. It tells you where God is. Anything that disrupts that peace is not from Him. It's not always what people say. Sometimes it's the energy beneath the words. You can hear "I love you" and still sense manipulation behind it. You can be offered opportunity and still feel a warning in your spirit. The whisper doesn't need logic to be real. It carries weight. It doesn't explain. It simply is. It's the same whisper that told Noah to build when there was no rain, that guided Joseph in dreams others mocked, that led Elijah to a cave not to hide, but to hear, as written in the Gospel of John, chapter 10, verse 27, "My sheep hear my voice, I know them, and they follow me." That is the essence of the chosen, recognizing the shepherd's voice among 1,000 echoes. You may not always understand where he's leading, but you know his tone. The enemy can mimic language, but he cannot counterfeit peace. You might remember a moment when you almost made a wrong choice. Everything looked perfect timing, opportunity, logic, but something deep inside said, "Wait." You couldn't explain it, but that pause saved you. That was not hesitation, it was protection. Heaven's whisper is often a gentle delay that spares you from destruction. The more you honor that whisper, the louder it becomes. Not in volume, but in certainty. Your inner compass begins to align. You stop chasing signs outside of you because the truth within you is enough. You start realizing that spiritual maturity is not measured by noise, but by sensitivity. Many will miss it because they expect God to sound dramatic. They want lightning, fire, and spectacle, but heaven prefers intimacy. The whisper is how God filters the distracted from the devoted. If he spoke too loudly, even the casual would follow, but those who lean in the seekers become his confidants. In your journey, you've probably noticed how truth often shows up in inconvenient timing. It interrupts plans, friendships, even habits, but that's its nature. Truth doesn't ask permission to enter, it arrives when your spirit can finally bear it. The whisper may contradict your desires, but it will never confuse your peace. The chosen are trained in this subtle art of listening. Your task now is to protect the frequency of your soul. Don't let the world retune you to its chaos. When you feel overwhelmed, step back into silence. Reconnect with the whisper. That's where clarity hides. Think of it like the moment before sunrise. The world is still half asleep. The light hasn't yet broken, but the horizon already glows faintly. That glow is how truth feels before it speaks. You sense it before you see it. It calls you forward quietly. And when you follow, dawn happens inside you. Soon you'll realize that hearing God in the whisper is the foundation of every victory that follows. Greatness for the chosen doesn't begin with applause, it begins with awareness. It begins when you can hear the faint note of divine instruction beneath the roar of everything else. You were not called to be loud, you were called to be clear. When the world shouts opinions, you will carry revelation. When others panic, you will hear direction. That's the inheritance of those who listen. And when the noise tries to return, as it always does, remember this truth. Peace is proof of presence. If it steals your stillness, it is not God. If it fills you with fear, it's not his whisper. Let discernment filter every sound. This is your training ground. Chosen one. Learn the tone of heaven until even silence speaks volumes. The whisper that woke you will soon become the voice that leads others. Stay tuned to it. That's how you navigate a world built on noise, by walking with the one who speaks through stillness. The trap's architects exposed. This is the part where truth begins to make people nervous. You've seen glimpses of it already, how certain faces shift when you stop playing along. How certain systems tremble when you stop obeying their unspoken rules. There's a design behind deception, and once you recognize it, it starts to collapse from within. The enemy's greatest fear is exposure. He thrives in confusion. But clarity is light, and light cannot be bribed or silenced. That's why your awakening was so resisted. They tried to bury you under layers of doubt, distraction, and shame, hoping you'd stay too busy to notice the strings they pulled behind the curtain. But God, in his mercy, gave you eyes that pierce disguise. You may wonder, who are the architects? They're not always people. Sometimes they are patterns, cycles of manipulation that pass from generation to generation. Sometimes they are ideas that look noble but enslave the soul. Keep quiet. Don't question. Fit in. And sometimes, yes, they wear human faces, smiling, polished, persuasive yet carrying motives stitched together with deceit. The web they built was never random. Every conversation meant to guilt you. Every opportunity that came too quickly. Every sudden alliance that drained your joy. It was architecture. They studied your heart like blueprints. They knew where you longed for approval, where you feared rejection, and they built their trap in those tender places. But what they didn't know is that heaven studies too, not to manipulate, but to protect. While they were mapping your weakness, God was fortifying your discernment. He let you see through charm. He made lies sound off-key in your spirit. You began to notice things others missed, tone shifts, inconsistencias, the small cracks in big smiles. That was your training. The exposure isn't always dramatic. Sometimes, God reveals the truth in small, quiet ways. A text you weren't meant to see, a conversation you overhear, a sudden unease in a meeting that used to feel safe. Those are divine alarms, grace disguised as discomfort. Don't ignore them. There was once a woman who felt constantly drained by her circle of friends. She couldn't explain it. She only knew that after every gathering, she felt smaller. One day, she prayed for revelation. Within a week, 2 of those friends betrayed her publicly. It was painful, but also freeing. Later, she said, "They didn't fall away. God uncovered them." Exposure isn't cruelty, it's clarity. As written in the book of Psalms, chapter 37, verses 32 and 33, "The wicked lie in wait for the righteous, intent on putting them to death. But the Lord will not leave them in their power, or let them be condemned when brought to trial." That is your promise. God never let deception win forever. It may look like darkness has the stage, but truth always calls for the final act. And in that act, light reveals every hidden architect, every false alliance, every masked intention. So, what do you do now that you see through it? You walk in wisdom, not vengeance. You forgive, but you don't return. You love, but from distance, because forgiveness is freedom for your spirit, not permission for repeated access. You are learning the sacred balance of mercy and boundaries. Every revelation you've received is part of a greater design. You are not exposed to truth just to keep it. You are meant to reflect it. Your story will guide others out of the same traps once meant for you. The pain that once felt like punishment will become instruction. You will teach discernment, not by lectures, but by living proof. And now, let's pause for a moment, not to preach, but to breathe. You've journeyed through heavy words today. You've seen how deep the architecture of deceit runs. But if this message speaks to your spirit, if it reminds you that you're not crazy for sensing what you sense, then I ask, share this light. Like a torch passed from one hand to another, your share could be the spark that helps someone else find the exit from the same maze. If these words have brought you peace, hope, or understanding, then subscribe not as a follower, but as a companion walking the same path of awakening. Each time you stay connected, you help strengthen a quiet network of clarity across the noise. And for those who feel a gentle stirring, a sense of wanting to give back, consider supporting this mission. Think of it as watering a growing tree. Every drop you pour, every seed you sow, allows the roots of truth to dig deeper into hearts across the world. It isn't about obligation, it's about resonance. Some give through prayer, some through sharing, some through generosity. Whatever your way, it's enough. When you donate, imagine placing another stone on the bridge of awakening, helping someone else cross from confusion to clarity. That bridge is built not by demand, but by devotion. Every act of giving becomes a ripple of light, traveling farther than you'll ever see. And even if you give nothing material, your presence here is already part of the miracle. Listening itself is generosity of the heart. But if you ever asked God to use you for good, maybe this is one small, sacred way. He answers. So as this section closes, remember, the architects built their trap for control. Heaven builds truth for freedom. Every act of love, every share, every word of encouragement, every seed sown, it all becomes part of that divine architecture. You are no longer trapped within their design. You are helping rewrite it. You are building something eternal. Like, share, subscribe, give if you're led. Not because you must, but because light multiplies when it's shared. God's intervention was not an accident. Every delay, every detour, every closed door that once frustrated you, it was strategy. Divine timing hid you while others were being celebrated. Heaven placed you behind the scenes, not to forget you, but to fortify you. You once thought the silence meant God had turned away. You mistook stillness for neglect. Yet now you see that He was rearranging everything around you so the trap could collapse before you stepped into it. He didn't just rescue you, He rewrote the script. There's a moment in every chosen one's journey when confusion becomes clarity in a single breath. It's when you realize that if one thing had gone differently, one wrong friendship, one hasty decision, you'd be in a pit disguised as success. What you called rejection was actually redirection. God didn't let you lose, He let you live. The world doesn't understand divine interruption. People ask why you disappeared, why your plans stalled, why you stopped explaining yourself. They don't see what you see. The hand of God moving pieces in silence. Heaven does its best work in the background. What feels like delay to man is preparation in the language of heaven. You may remember moments when doors slammed painfully. A job you wanted vanished. A relationship you prayed for shattered. You cried, "Why, God?" Only to discover months later that what you wanted would have destroyed your spirit. His no was not punishment, it was protection. You were being saved from things you thought you needed. Imagine a shepherd leading his flock through the wilderness. Ahead lies a narrow bridge, half broken, from where the sheep stand. It looks like a simple path. They're ready to rush forward, but the shepherd stops them, redirects them toward another way. They resist, bleating in confusion. Only later, when they glance back, do they see the bridge collapse. That's how God works with you. His detours are disguised deliverances. Heaven's timing rarely aligns with human calendars. It waits until your motives are pure enough to hold what He's preparing. That's why some blessings were delayed. You weren't being denied. You were being developed. Every closed season was shaping your discernment, so that when the door finally opened, you'd know how to handle it. There's a story of a man named Aaron who lost everything: career, reputation, even friends. For a year, he worked quietly, unseen. Then, one morning, an opportunity arrived that looked familiar to one he'd lost before. Except this time, his heart was ready. He entered with wisdom instead of pride. He said, "Now I understand. If God had answered my prayer then, it would have crushed me. But now, it crowns me." That's what happens when intervention aligns with maturity. God doesn't always remove pain instantly. He transforms it into instruction. The suffering that once broke you becomes the evidence of His orchestration. according to the words recorded in the letter to the Romans, chapter 8, verse 28. And we know that in all things God works for the good of those who love him, who have been called according to his purpose. Oh, this verse isn't just comfort, it's blueprint. It reminds you that nothing is wasted. Every delay carries data. Every disappointment holds direction. Even your mistakes have been repurposed into wisdom. God doesn't edit your story to erase your failures. He redeems them so they teach others. You may not see the full picture yet, but if you look closely, you'll notice traces of divine fingerprints all over your past, the times you were late and avoided an accident, the friend who left before betrayal could strike, the storm that forced you to rest. Heaven has always been intervening, even when you thought you were alone. This realization changes how you move forward. You stop fearing pauses. You start welcoming divine pacing. You begin to trust that when something doesn't flow, it's not failure, it's Father. When God intervenes, he doesn't shout, he shifts. He rearranges circumstances until obedience feels like the only logical path. You'll look back one day and whisper, "That was you all along." And he'll smile, because he's been guiding you through detours you never planned but always needed. Some interventions come through people. Someone suddenly enters your life, carrying wisdom that feels familiar, like they've known your soul forever. Others come through loss, a sudden ending that hurts deeply but cleanses you spiritually. And sometimes, divine intervention is simply a whisper in your spirit that says, "Wait one more day." Do you remember when you almost gave up? When the weight was too heavy, the silence too long, the pain too sharp, and yet, somehow, you didn't quit. That wasn't luck. That was intervention. Heaven held your hand unseen. Angels stood guard while you slept. Grace shielded you from decisions that could have derailed your purpose. Now, as you step into clearer vision, you'll start seeing divine fingerprints, not only in the past, but in real time. Synchronicities, small confirmations, moments when everything aligns effortlessly. That's not coincidence. That's coordination. The same God who delayed certain things is now accelerating others. The season has shifted. But remember, acceleration without alignment becomes chaos. Stay grounded. Just because the door opens doesn't mean you rush through it. Listen. The same voice that once said, "Wait," will now say, "Walk." And when it does, peace will confirm it. You are learning to live by revelation instead of reaction. And that's where true power lies. When you trust timing, you become untouchable. Nothing can manipulate a heart anchored in divine rhythm. As this truth sinks in, let gratitude fill your spirit. You were never forgotten, never overlooked. You were being hidden for the unveiling. What others received quickly, you will receive completely. And when it arrives, it will not vanish, it will remain. So, pause for a moment now and reflect. Think of the doors that closed, the people who left, the roads that turned. Thank God for every interruption that saved you, for every no that became the foundation of your yes, for every silence that hid a miracle. Now, as a prophetic act of agreement, comment 555 below, not as a superstition, but as a symbol of transition, the number of grace multiplied, the sign that divine order is moving in your favor. When you write it, let it mean this: I trust the timing. I trust the detour. I trust the intervention. Your story isn't delayed, it's divinely timed. The trap didn't fail because you were clever. It failed because heaven intervened. What others call coincidence, you will forever call mercy. The counterfeit light they offered you, how convincing it was. You almost believed it. Didn't you? It looked holy. It sounded wise. It even carried scripture on its lips. But something about it never settled right in your spirit. It glowed. Yes, but it didn't warm. It sparkled, but it didn't sanctify. That's because it wasn't light, it was imitation. Deception rarely wears darkness. It wears brilliance. The enemy knows that outright evil repels the chosen, so he paints lies with divine colors. He wraps corruption in charisma, ambition in the language of calling, manipulation in the vocabulary of mentorship. That's why discernment is essential. You must learn to test what shines. It's easy to be seduced by what looks spiritual. There are voices that quote verses but twist their meaning. There are people who promise destiny but demand your silence. There are opportunities that use the name of God but carry the scent of self. The counterfeit light often comes as validation. It tells you what you want to hear so it can lead you where you shouldn't go. At first, you thought it was guidance. The timing seemed perfect. The message felt tailor-made for your situation. And yet, after every encounter, your peace felt thinner. You ignored that unease, mistaking noise for confirmation. But over time, the glitter began to fade. You started noticing inconsistencies. The motives didn't match the message. The smiles looked painted on. The light began to flicker. Counterfeit light cannot last because it is powered by ego, not eternity. Real illumination comes from alignment, not admiration. The false light feeds on attention. The true light grows in obedience. There was a young believer once who followed a teacher claiming divine insight. The teacher spoke with fire, performed signs, and gathered crowds. But slowly, the young man noticed something strange. The fire always pointed back to the teacher, never to God. Every miracle became a monument to the man, not to the maker. The young believer left, heartbroken but awake. Years later, he said, "I learned the difference between charisma and anointing. The first gathers followers, the second changes hearts." And that's the lesson you're learning too. The counterfeit never aims to kill your faith outright. It aims to redirect it. It wants you to worship the feeling of inspiration rather than the source of truth. It wants to keep you chasing signs instead of walking in substance. According to the writings of the Apostle Paul in the second letter to the Corinthians, chapter 11, verse 14, "And no wonder, for Satan himself masquerades as an angel of light." It's written plainly, even darkness knows how to sparkle. That's why discernment must mature beyond emotion. Feeling good doesn't always mean being guided. Sometimes the Spirit's warning feels like discomfort. Truth doesn't always flatter, it refines. God's light transforms quietly. It does not shout for recognition. It doesn't manipulate or seduce. It enters your heart like dawn, creeping over mountains, slow, steady, unstoppable. You don't just see by it, you become it. The counterfeit light, however, demands attention. It thrives on speed, quick words, urgent tones, constant stimulation. It wants you overwhelmed, so you stop discerning. Its favorite disguise is urgency. Act now, before it's too late. But the divine never panics. The voice of God carries peace. Even when it convicts, you're beginning to recognize that difference. You've stopped mistaking intensity for anointing. You know now that some flames burn bright, but consume everything around them, while the true flame purifies without destroying. You've learned to pause when something shines too loudly. You've learned to wait until the light proves its source. Think of fireflies on a summer night. They blink in bursts, beautiful, mesmerizing, but temporary. Then look at the moon, silent, constant, faithful. The counterfeit lights flash, the true light abides. That's your test. Anything that demands attention but cannot endure time is not from God. This discernment will protect you in the seasons ahead. There will be opportunities that look divine, but lead to exhaustion. There will be mentors who speak revelation, but sow dependency. There will be paths paved with good intentions, but leading away from your purpose. Each time, remember, light that comes from heaven invites freedom, not control. The enemy's counterfeit is clever because it feeds the ego. It whispers, "You're chosen because you're special." When God says, "You're chosen because you're willing," pride is the doorway through which false light enters. Humility is the filter that keeps it out. When your heart remains surrendered, even deception exposes itself. You can tell when you've been near the true light. It leaves you wanting to pray, to forgive, to grow. You can tell when you've been near the counterfeit. It leaves you drained, defensive, and craving attention. There's a reason God let you experience both. Without contrast, you would not appreciate authenticity. Without false lights, you wouldn't recognize His glow. Every disappointment with imitation prepared you to carry the real flame without dropping it. Look back at the times you felt fooled or embarrassed for trusting the wrong people. Those weren't failures. They were lessons in refinement. You learned to separate voice from vibration, emotion from discernment. You became sharper, wiser, softer all at once. That's what heaven wanted to mature your light. Now, when counterfeit energy approaches, you won't need long explanations. You'll simply feel your peace recoil. You'll know, and you'll walk away quietly, carrying your light like a guarded ember. You don't need to expose every falsehood. Your endurance will do it for you. Soon, others will begin to notice the difference too. They'll sense the calm around you, the steady confidence that doesn't need attention. That's the mark of true light. It stabilizes everyone it touches. The enemy built his illusion, hoping to blind you, but instead, it taught you to see. Every false light only made you more aware of what real illumination feels like. You now understand that purity has a sound, soft, patient, unwavering. You can sense it in prayer, in solitude, in honest conversation. It doesn't manipulate, it ministers. So keep walking in that awareness. Don't fear imitation. It's only proof that authenticity exists. The counterfeit light may glitter, but it cannot guide. The real light might seem slower, quieter, but it always leads home. You are now that light tested by deception, refined by revelation. The world will offer you more false sparks, but you'll no longer be fooled. You've learned the rare wisdom of the awakened, to love the light, not the spotlight. The isolation that prepared you, it was never punishment, though it felt like exile. It was sanctification. God separated you, not because you were unworthy, but because you were being rewired. There are lessons Heaven cannot teach in a crowd. Revelation requires silence. And silence is loudest when you're alone. At first, the solitude felt suffocating. You didn't understand why people drifted away. Why conversations dried up. Why familiar rooms began to feel foreign. You thought you had done something wrong. But isolation is how God hides his masterpieces before unveiling them. The painter covers the canvas while the colors dry. The sculptor keeps the work veiled until the shape is complete. That was you, still wet with purpose, still being shaped by unseen hands. Loneliness became your teacher. It stripped you of noise, ego, and dependence on applause. It forced you to meet yourself, the raw, unfiltered self behind all the masks. You began to realize that you were never truly alone. You were surrounded by unseen company. The silence that scared you was filled with whispering wisdom. There's a reason prophets lived in deserts and shepherds heard God on mountains. The divine prefers solitude because stillness sharpens hearing. When the crowd is gone, you finally recognize the rhythm of your own soul. It was in those quiet nights that you learned to discern between your thoughts and his voice. You might not have recognized it then, but your wilderness was sacred ground. Every unanswered text, every cancelled plan, every season of invisibility was orchestrated. Heaven pulled you away to purify your perception. In the crowd, you were influenced. In isolation, you became anchored, as revealed in the book of Hosea, chapter 2, verse 14. Therefore, behold, I will allure her, and bring her into the wilderness, and speak tenderly to her. Now, that verse is a secret many overlook. God does not send you to the wilderness to wound you. He draws you there to woo you. Love, not rejection, brought you into that solitude. He wanted uninterrupted conversation. Remember the nights when your tears fell without words. Heaven heard every one of them. Not a single sigh was wasted. Your pain became prayer. Your silence became sanctuary. Those moments changed you quietly. You didn't notice, but something inside was stabilizing. Isolation exposed your dependencies. You realized how much you had relied on affirmation, on schedules, on the comfort of constant movement. When all of it was stripped away, you discovered that stillness doesn't equal stagnation. You were growing roots, not rust. Think of a seed buried in the dark. It looks dead, hidden beneath the soil, unseen by the world above. But in that darkness, transformation happens. The shell cracks, life pushes through, and eventually, what was buried breaks the surface. That's you now emerging from a season no one celebrated but heaven ordained. In isolation, you learned self-governance. You stopped needing outside voices to validate your calling. You stopped performing and started becoming. You realized that divine preparation feels like delay only when measured by human time. In heaven's rhythm, it was perfect pacing. You've come to understand that obscurity is often the evidence of favor. The higher the calling, the deeper the hiding. The world celebrates exposure, but God treasures secrecy. He hides his rarest gems until their shine won't blind them. During that lonely stretch, you probably questioned your worth. You wondered if the silence meant you were forgotten. Yet, that's when heaven was closest. The same God who removed the crowd was the one sitting beside you in the quiet. He was teaching you endurance without applause, confidence without confirmation. Even the pain of abandonment became holy. Every person who left created more room for his presence. Every goodbye cleared the stage for your next revelation. Loneliness became a lens through which you began to see differently, not as the victim, but as the vessel. There was a young woman who once said, "I thought solitude was the enemy of purpose, but now I see it's the birthplace of it." You could say the same. Out there, with nothing but your thoughts and God's presence, you discovered what can't be taught in sermons: the discipline of divine dependence. The longer you stayed in that quiet space, the less you craved noise. The more you listened, the more you realized that clarity doesn't shout, it whispers. The very thing you used to run from silence became your sanctuary. Now, as you re-emerge, the noise of the world feels foreign. You no longer fit the same conversations. You've outgrown shallow talk and borrowed opinions. That's not pride, it's transformation. The wilderness refined your palate. You now crave depth over distraction, meaning over momentum. And because of that, you move differently. You don't rush to be seen anymore. You've learned that true influence doesn't come from visibility, it comes from authenticity. The ones who glow quietly are the ones who have walked with God in the dark. This season of isolation was your divine apprenticeship. It taught you endurance, balance, and trust. It separated your identity from your performance. It gave you eyes that see beyond appearance and a heart that values substance over spectacle. When you look back now, you don't resent the loneliness. You bless it, because what you found there cannot be taken away. You found stillness strong enough to silence chaos. You found a voice inside that echoes eternity. You found the unshakable truth. You were never waiting for the world to see you. You were waiting to see yourself the way heaven does. You're no longer afraid of quiet rooms. You've become one, a living sanctuary, carrying peace wherever you go. And those who meet you will sense something rare, an inner calm carved by seasons of silence. Isolation didn't break you, it birthed you. And what emerges from sacred solitude cannot be fooled, rushed, or shaken again. The awakening of the chosen mind, it doesn't happen in a single flash. It unfolds layer by layer, like dawn breaking through fog. First, you notice what no longer fits. Then, you begin to question what you once called truth. Finally, your spirit catches up with what heaven has been whispering all along. You were never meant to think like everyone else. Your awakening didn't come through comfort, it came through conflict. Every time life contradicted your understanding, your mind stretched wider. Every heartbreak, every betrayal, every unanswered question forced your spirit to grow new vision. What used to break you now builds you. What once confused you now clarifies everything. You used to pray for peace without realizing that peace requires perspective. You can't rest until your sight matures. And that's exactly what has happened. You've transitioned from reaction to revelation. You no longer respond to situations from emotion. You respond from discernment. This is what makes the mind of the chosen so dangerous to deception. It cannot be easily programmed. It questions systems, challenges narratives, and detects the hidden motives behind beautiful words. The world calls it rebellion, but heaven calls it renewal. Your thoughts are being rewired to think from eternity, not anxiety. God is teaching you how to reason with revelation, not fear. You no longer ask, "Why me?" You now ask, What is this teaching me? That shift alone changes everything. When the chosen mind awakens, imagination and insight merge. You begin to dream, but not aimlessly. You dream prophetically. You start to sense purpose moving in your thoughts. Even before your circumstances catch up, you no longer depend on physical evidence to believe. The evidence is within. As written in the letter of James, chapter 1, verse 5, "If any of you lacks wisdom, ask God, who gives generously to all without finding fault, and it will be given to you." That's what's happening. You are being given divine intellect, not arrogance, not superiority, but wisdom that cuts through illusion. The old ways of thinking, fear-based, approval-driven, self-limiting, are dying. They can't survive the expansion happening in your soul. When God begins renewing your mind, He starts by removing the noise. That's why you lost interest in certain conversations, entertainment, and environments. It wasn't boredom, it was evolution. You can't return to what your spirit has outgrown. You crave substance now, not stimulation. This is the season where understanding becomes your shield. The same situations that once overwhelmed you no longer move you. The comments, the judgments, the misunderstandings, they roll off you like rain on armor. You see beyond surface behavior into spiritual dynamics. That's what it means to have awakened vision. There's a young artist who once painted for approval. Every stroke was designed to please an audience. One day, after a crushing critique, he stopped painting for months. In silence, he began drawing again. Not for others, but for healing. When he finally showed his new work, people wept. The difference wasn't skill, it was spirit. He said, "When I stopped painting to impress and started painting to express, something divine moved through me." That's the power of an awakened mind. It turns pain into purpose, pressure into poetry. You're learning that same flow. You've stopped trying to control outcomes. You've realized that surrender isn't weakness, it's strategy. You no longer fight for control. You flow with divine rhythm. When you move from fear to faith, creativity returns. Insight deepens. Solutions appear effortlessly because you're no longer fighting against the current, you're moving with it. The awakening mind is not loud, it's luminous. It observes without panic. It discerns before deciding. You no longer react to manipulation, you simply recognize it and walk away. You've become what Scripture calls sober-minded, anchored, aware, but not afraid. This new awareness will change how you love, how you work, how you speak. You'll notice how truth slips into your sentences without effort. You'll begin to say things that awaken others without realizing it. That's the sign that your mind and your spirit have become one vessel. The awakened mind doesn't see obstacles, it sees lessons. It doesn't chase closure, it chooses peace. It doesn't beg for answers, it lives in revelation. You are now walking in that transformation, thinking from faith, speaking from fire, deciding from discernment. The world might not understand you anymore. That's fine. You are no longer living for understanding, you are living for alignment. You don't owe explanations. Your clarity is its own defense. You don't have to prove your growth. Time will reveal it. It's strange, isn't it? The more awakened you become, the keener your reactions grow. You don't need to shout truth, you embody it. Your calm unnerves confusion, because peace itself is power. The awakening of your mind is not just a phase, it's permanent transformation. You have tasted the divine perspective, and you cannot go back. You have seen through the lie, and your sight will never dim again. So now, pause, breathe, recognize what's happening inside you. Your thoughts are not random, they are guided. Your clarity is not coincidence, it's calling. Comment, I awaken. I. Don't type it as a trend, type it as truth. When you write those words, you're declaring that confusion no longer rules your thoughts. I awaken means your mind belongs to light now, that you choose revelation over reaction, purpose over panic, discernment over doubt. It's your spiritual handshake with heaven, saying, I am ready to think as I was designed to see, to understand, to walk in wisdom. When others still sleep under illusion, your declaration becomes a sound that shakes the fog around them. I awaken is not a boast, it's a beacon. You're no longer a survivor of deception, you're a student of divine intelligence. The same mind that once questioned everything now carries the peace that surpasses understanding. You've awakened, and the world will never look the same again. When heaven broke protocol for you, it didn't announce itself with thunder. It moved quietly, rearranging what others called impossible. Every detail of your escape from deception was divine engineering. Where logic ended, mercy began. You see, heaven doesn't always follow order. Sometimes it bends the rules to protect the chosen. There were situations you should have lost, but you didn't. Moments when your name should have been forgotten, but it wasn't. Accidents that should have ended you, but somehow you walked away. That was heaven interrupting the script. The world called it coincidence, but deep down, you knew it wasn't luck, it was love. You were pulled out of traps even before you knew they existed. People who tried to sabotage you ended up exposing themselves. Doors that were slammed in your face redirected you to better ones. What felt like rejection was a rerouting only heaven could write. There's a rhythm in divine rescue. It often feels inconvenient before it feels miraculous. You may have cried when things fell apart, not realizing that everything breaking was actually everything aligning. Heaven doesn't break things to destroy. It breaks them to rebuild correctly. Think of a sculptor holding a piece of marble. To the marble, every strike of the chisel feels violent, unnecessary, even cruel. But to the sculptor, each strike is purpose. What looks like breaking is actually revealing what was hidden inside. That's what heaven did for you. Every loss was a chisel, revealing your true form. There's a story of a man named Eli. He spent years trying to build his own path, convinced that if he just worked hard enough, everything would align. But his efforts kept collapsing. One day, after another failed attempt, he finally broke down and whispered, God, if this isn't you, close every door I'm not meant to walk through. Within weeks, every opportunity vanished. His pride called it failure. His spirit called it freedom. Months later, a single opportunity emerged, effortless, clear, undeniable. He said, I didn't make this happen. Heaven did. That's how you know heaven has broken protocol for you. It brings peace without persuasion. And what used to feel heavy suddenly flows. You don't force divine timing. It unfolds, as revealed in the letter to the Philippians. Chapter 4, verse 13. I can do all things through Christ, who gives me strength. That verse is not about ambition, it's about alignment. It means that when heaven backs you, your limitations become ladders. Every no that humbled you was preparing your yes that will establish you. Every delay was rehearsing your strength. There were moments when others went ahead, and you wondered why God kept you waiting. But when heaven breaks protocol, it does not rush, it recalibrates. What takes others 10 steps, it will give you in one divine leap. You'll cover years of ground in months, because divine favor rewrites time. Sometimes God protects you by removing you from opportunities that look like blessings but carry hidden barbed wire. You might have been angry when they slipped away, but now you can see the mercy in what didn't happen. Heaven wasn't denying you, it was defending you. This is where gratitude grows wild. You begin to thank God, not only for what He gave, but for what He withheld. You start to see the invisible rescues, the missed connections, the delayed messages, the closed invitations that turned into blessings later. Heaven doesn't always say yes loudly. Sometimes it whispers, wait, softly. And when the miracle finally happens, it feels strangely natural. The same storm that frightened you now feels like wind beneath your wings. The same mountain that blocked your path now looks like a stage built for your strength. Heaven's timing always arrives disguised as peace. So, breathe. Look at your life again, not through disappointment, but through design. What seemed random was choreography. Every season you thought was wasted was actually weaving a pattern of protection. You are living proof that heaven intervenes, not because you are perfect, but because you are purposed. And now, if this message resonates in your heart, I ask something simple, something human. If this word reminds you that grace still moves quietly among us like a gentle river carving stone, then let it move through you too. Share this light. Sharing isn't about numbers, it's about resonance. Like tossing a pebble into still water, your share creates ripples of hope that may touch souls you'll never meet. You don't need to know who needs it, heaven does. If these words speak to you, subscribe, not to follow a voice, but to stay connected to a flow. Think of it like keeping a lantern lit in your corner of the world. When darkness rises again, you'll have light waiting for you. And if your heart feels stirred to go deeper to help carry these words to others still trapped in silence, then give, not as payment, but as participation. Every offering, no matter the size, becomes a thread in the tapestry of truth. We are weaving together. Giving is not about transaction, it's about transformation. Imagine your contribution as rain falling on dry soil. It awakens what was sleeping. When you give, you're watering someone's future peace, someone's unseen healing, someone's next moment of awakening. There is beauty in generosity when it comes from revelation, not obligation. Every time you support, you are building a bridge of light for those still walking through shadows. That bridge might carry someone you'll never know, but heaven will. And heaven will remember. So whether you share, subscribe, or simply sit here in quiet agreement, know this: your presence in this moment matters. You are part of the divine choreography that heaven set in motion. Heaven broke protocol to save you, and now, through you, it's breaking patterns in others. Every act of faith, every kind word, every seed you sow becomes an extension of that same mercy. Like, share, Subscribe. Give if your heart feels led. Not because you must, but because beauty multiplies when it's shared. The spiritual anatomy of a trap. It begins so quietly that you almost never see it forming. It doesn't arrive shouting, it arrives whispering, flattering, familiar. It learns your rhythm before it interrupts it. Every trap starts with a study, not a strike. The enemy is not creative, but he is observant. He takes notes on your patterns, what comforts you, what scares you, what triggers your empathy, what drains your focus. Then he weaves those details into design. What looks like coincidence is often construction. The trap isn't built in one day, it's built in moments of unguarded peace. The first layer is always appeal. The bait is crafted around what you desire most. It might look like opportunity, love, security, or belonging. But the goal is the same: distraction. A trap doesn't destroy by force, it destroys by fascination. It feeds your focus until you forget your foundation. Once your attention is captured, the second layer begins comfort. The trap makes itself useful. It mimics peace to gain your trust. It says, "Stay a little longer, this is safe." You settle, you relax, and your guard drops. But comfort without conviction is always camouflage. The third layer is control. Once the enemy knows what calms you, he uses it to cage you. The comfort begins to narrow. What once felt like a garden now feels like a room with closing walls. You sense it, but you doubt yourself. Maybe I'm overreacting. That doubt is the tightening of the snare. There was once a man who trained eagles to make them return. He always fed them in the same spot. Over time, the eagles stopped hunting. They waited for his call. When the man died, the birds starved beside a full sky. That's how a spiritual trap works. It replaces flight with familiarity. It doesn't chain your wings. It convinces you not to use them. According to the wisdom written in the book of Proverbs, chapter 14, verse 12, there is a way that appears to be right, but in the end, it leads to death. That verse isn't just warning about moral failure, it's describing deception's blueprint. Traps always look right. They appeal to your logic, your compassion, your need to be understood. That's why discernment must go deeper than appearance. The fourth layer is dependency. Once you stay long enough, the trap begins to feel like home. You stop remembering life before it. The people inside it call your distance disloyalty. The system labels your questions as rebellion. The trap now speaks with authority. It trains you to doubt your discernment and trust its approval. The most dangerous traps aren't built of chains, they're built of narratives. Words like, "You need us," "No one else understands," or "You'll fail without this." These are emotional locks disguised as loyalty. You don't even notice when freedom starts feeling like threat. And yet, even inside the web, heaven keeps whispering. There's always a moment, small, fleeting, when light breaks through the pattern. You feel discomfort rise in your chest, a quiet unease that won't leave. That's grace knocking from the inside. At that moment, a choice appears. Do you obey the whisper or the web? Most ignore it, telling themselves it's fear. But those who listen, who dare to walk out, discover that the cage was never locked. It only needed permission to open. You've been in that place before, the place between clarity and comfort. It's the hardest test. Leaving the trap means losing what felt familiar. It means walking away from validation that once soothed your wounds. But what you gain is priceless, the return of your spiritual authority. Escaping a trap doesn't mean you were foolish. It means you were human. God allows you to see the counterfeit so you can learn to value the authentic. You now understand how temptation dresses itself as tenderness. You know how manipulation hides behind ministry. You've learned to listen, not just to words, but to spirit. The anatomy of a trap is simple: bait, bind, blind. But the anatomy of deliverance is even simpler: truth. Once truth enters, every layer begins to unravel. Light exposes the invisible strings. Peace dismantle performance. You start breathing again, thinking again, believing again. The moment you awaken to truth, the enemy loses access. He can tempt, but he can't tether. He can whisper, but he can't weave. Because now, your spirit recognizes the smell of captivity. You can't unknow what you know. Think of a butterfly escaping its cocoon. The same walls that once protected it become too tight to contain it. The struggle to break free isn't punishment, it's proof of transformation. The tearing is necessary for the wings to strengthen. That's what you've endured. The pressure wasn't trying to kill you, it was preparing you to fly. When you reflect on your past, don't despise the seasons you were deceived. They taught you precision. You can now discern tone before words, atmosphere before events, motive before movement. You've gained sight through scars. The anatomy of a trap exposes the anatomy of your strength, because every time you recognize a pattern early, you prove that the training worked. You're not easily swayed anymore. You've learned that the loudest promise is often the weakest truth. You no longer chase what glitters. You test the light. You pause before perfect opportunities. You ask, does this feed my faith or flatter my fear? That question alone dismantles half the snares of hell. And perhaps the most beautiful part, you now help others spot the same designs. Without preaching, without judging, your presence itself becomes revelation. People sense peace in you and wonder how you carry it. They don't know. You earned it through discernment, through surviving the architecture of deceit. The spiritual anatomy of a trap is intricate, but the anatomy of a chosen one is stronger. What once caught you now crumbles beneath your gaze. The very tools the enemy used against you have become your instruments of insight. You are no longer the prey. You are the proof that truth wins. The moment you said no more, that was when everything shifted. Heaven took notice. Darkness panicked. And your entire atmosphere began to rearrange. It wasn't just a sentence, it was a spiritual declaration. When a chosen one finally refuses to participate in deception, the ripple travels through realms. You remember the day it happened. You were tired of cycles, tired of pretending, tired of carrying what wasn't yours. Something deep inside whispered, enough. That one word cut through confusion sharper than any sermon ever could. It wasn't anger. It was awakening. Heaven had been waiting for that moment. God will never override your will, but He empowers your decision. When you said no more, you invited heaven to fight for you. Angels began closing the doors. You couldn't. The weight that had clung to your spirit started to fall away, piece by piece. At first, you didn't recognize it as liberation. It just felt like loss. People disappeared. Habits stopped satisfying. Opportunities dried up. You thought you were losing favor when, in truth, you were shedding what couldn't follow your next chapter. The pruning hurt. But so does every surgery that saves a life. The day you said no more, the atmosphere shifted from stagnation to strategy. God began orchestrating moves. You didn't understand: detours, delays, divine rejections. It felt chaotic, but he was clearing a path invisible to the blind. You weren't being punished, you were being prepared. According to what is written in the book of Joshua, chapter 1, verse 9, be strong and courageous. Do not be afraid, do not be discouraged. For the Lord your God will be with you wherever you go. That verse isn't just comfort, it's command. Courage isn't the absence of fear, it's the refusal to surrender to it. Saying no more was the bravest act of obedience you've ever made. You stopped begging for understanding and started walking by revelation. Your no was sacred. It wasn't rebellion against authority, it was alignment with truth. Heaven honors that kind of refusal. Every time you turned away from what drained your spirit, you created space for what could sustain it. Every boundary you built became a wall of light around your peace. The enemy despises that kind of courage. He preferred you compliant, distracted, endlessly negotiating with toxicity. The moment you drew the line, you exposed his strategy. That's why resistance increased afterward, not because you were wrong, but because you were right. Pressure is proof of progress. Do you remember how lonely it felt? The silence after separation. It seemed like all you had left was God. That was the point. When distractions disappear, dependence becomes divine. That solitude wasn't punishment, it was purification. You were learning how to stand on truth without needing applause. Saying no more also changed your spiritual frequency. Suddenly, things that once entertained you began to irritate you. Conversations that used to excite you now felt shallow. You didn't outgrow people, you outgrew patterns. Your spirit refused to shrink to fit old spaces. There's a story of a young woman who worked for years in a company that drained her. She told herself she needed the stability. But one day, sitting in her car, she whispered, "God, I can't keep doing this." She felt peace, terrifying peace. Within a month, she left without a plan. Everyone said she was reckless. 6 months later, she was running her own small business. Healthier, freer, full of joy. Later she said, that one, no, was the doorway to every yes that followed. That's the secret of divine boundaries. They don't close you in, they open you up. When you stop settling for imitation, God reveals authenticity. When you reject confusion, you make room for clarity. Your voice has power now. Every word you speak from truth carries spiritual voltage. When you say, no more, it echoes through invisible corridors, breaking chains for people still silent in their prisons. That's why you must continue to stand firm. Your breakthrough is bigger than you. Each day since your declaration, heaven has been teaching you a new rhythm. You've learned to walk slower, listen deeper, speak softer. You've realized that peace is a power move. You no longer chase validation because you understand that divine alignment is its own confirmation. The moment you said no more, you also said yes to freedom, to clarity, to your own divine design. And with every step you've taken since, heaven has confirmed your decision through subtle signs unexpected peace, timely encouragement, divine coincidences that remind you chose right. Sometimes, freedom doesn't feel like fireworks. It feels like exhaling after years of holding your breath. It feels like waking up without dread. It feels like joy that doesn't need justification. You've learned that walking away isn't failure, it's faith. You trust that God will replace every lost thing with something purified by purpose. You've discovered that peace costs something, but the price is always worth it. And now, the question isn't whether you'll go back, you won't. The question is, who will you become in the space you're no more created? Because when you refuse to live beneath your calling, heaven starts building new realities around you. Your life is no longer defined by what you've escaped, but by what you're becoming. The same mouth that once whispered no more will soon declare now begins. If these words mirror your own story, if you know what it means to reach the end of yourself and find God waiting there, then seal it now, not for me, but for heaven's record. Comment 777 below. It's not superstition, it's symbolism. 7 is the number of completion, and repeating it thrice is the echo of divine perfection. When you write it, you're declaring that your old cycles are complete, your healing is underway, and your alignment is sealed. It means my no more has become heaven's now go. End of. You are standing in your own promised land, bruised, wiser, but fully alive. What began as defiance has become devotion. What started as loss has become liberation. Heaven smiled the moment you said no more. And now, all creation watches as you live that freedom out loud. The chains that never fit you, how heavy they felt, yet how strangely foreign. You wore them because you were told they were necessary. They came disguised as expectations, traditions, and responsibilities. You thought they were proof of belonging, when in truth, they were the evidence of your difference. There are prisons built not of walls, but of words. Be realistic. Don't stand out. That's not how it's done. You heard those phrases so many times that they became rhythm. You moved to their music, even when it silenced your song. That's how invisible chains are forged through repetition, not metal. You tried to shrink yourself to fit the frame others offered. You hid your brilliance because it made people uncomfortable. You softened your truth to stay accepted. But no matter how tightly you wrapped yourself in conformity, something inside kept pushing back. You were never meant to fit, you were meant to free. Every chosen one faces this paradox. The world praises authenticity, but punishes it when it disrupts the pattern. You weren't rebellious, you were real. You didn't resist authority, you resisted limitation. And every time they tried to define you, heaven whispered, "That's not your shape." At first, you blamed yourself for being different. You wondered why you couldn't be content with what satisfied others, why your heart kept aching for something unseen, something bigger. That ache was not a flaw, it was your compass. It was heaven pulling you toward purpose through discontent. There's an old story of a young shepherd boy who tried to wear the armor of a king. Everyone said he needed it to win. It looked impressive. But when he walked, it clanged awkwardly. It weighed him down. He finally said, "I can't move in this." So, he removed it, picked up a simple sling, and faced his giant. That boy was David, and that armor, though royal, was never meant for him. That story isn't just history, it's prophecy. You are walking out the same revelation. Every chain that didn't fit was never yours to carry. God didn't design you for imitation. He designed you for impact. As recorded in the first book of Samuel, chapter 17, verse 39, David fastened his sword over the tunic and tried walking around because he was not used to them. "I cannot go in these," he said to Saul, "because I am not used to them." So he took them off. That moment when David removed the armor wasn't rebellion, it was revelation. He realized that protection that doesn't fit becomes prison. You've come to that same awareness. You've learned to lay down borrowed identities, outdated roles, and expectations that suffocate your authenticity. The chains were never forged to kill you. They were forged to delay you. They were meant to exhaust your energy and self-doubt so that you would never step fully into your calling. But something shifted. You stopped asking for permission to be who you already are. You discovered that freedom doesn't always look loud. Sometimes it looks like quiet confidence. Sometimes it looks like walking away from applause because peace feels better than performance. The moment you stopped chasing validation, you started radiating truth. You no longer carry the need to please. You've realized that pleasing everyone is the fastest way to lose yourself. You've learned the sacred art of disappointing others to stay faithful to God. That is the true strength of the chosen, obedience over approval. The people who once celebrated your silence will criticize your speech. Don't be surprised. The same voices that praised your compliance will question your courage, but their discomfort is proof of your authenticity. Chains make noise when they break. You've also noticed how light you've become. There's a new ease to your steps. Decisions that once terrified you now feel simple. You're not afraid to say no or to wait for what aligns. You understand now that peace isn't something you chase, it's something you protect. Your soul remembers what it feels like to breathe freely. You're no longer pretending to be smaller to make others feel bigger. You carry yourself with quiet certainty, aware that divine approval outweighs public opinion. Freedom has taught you subtlety. It doesn't need to shout, it just is. You don't argue about your calling anymore, you live it. You don't explain your boundaries, you embody them. Your life itself is a sermon of liberation. There's beauty in the moment when you finally say, "This doesn't fit me anymore," and walk away without guilt. That's not pride, it's alignment. God's will never asks you to shrink. His yoke is easy, his burden is light. Anything heavier is not his design. You've discovered that even spiritual chains can exist: rituals without revelation, service without sincerity, systems without spirit. You've learned to separate tradition from truth. You no longer confuse busyness with holiness. And now, as you move forward, unchained, you begin to notice others still trying to wear armor that doesn't fit them. You'll see it in their eyes, the exhaustion of pretending. Don't judge them, just shine. Freedom is contagious. The more you walk in authenticity, the more you give permission for others to do the same. So, breathe again. Feel the weight gone from your shoulders. This is what being unbound feels like. Not chaos, but clarity. Not rebellion, but rest. The chains that once defined you have become relics of remembrance, proof that God's design was always bigger than your conformity. You walk lighter now, because every link that once held you has become a lesson. And though the world may still offer new chains dressed as opportunities, you'll know the difference. You'll recognize the sound of shackles disguised as crowns. And you'll smile, because they no longer tempt you. You are free, not just outwardly, but inwardly. And freedom that starts within can never be stolen again. When obedience becomes a weapon, this is the paradox of power the world doesn't understand. To many, obedience looks like weakness. It looks like surrender, passivity, silence. But in the realm of the Spirit, obedience is warfare. It dismantles plans that pride could never see. Obedience is not blind following, it's divine alignment. It means trusting instructions that don't always make sense, but always lead somewhere sacred. It is choosing faith over familiarity, surrender over strategy. When God says, wait, obedience holds. When God says, move, obedience runs. And each act of submission becomes a blade that cuts through deception. You've learned this slowly. At first, obedience felt like limitation. It felt like losing control. You used to measure strength by how much you could command, how much you could make happen. But heaven measured it differently, by how much you could yield. There's a story of a soldier named Naaman, proud and accomplished, yet secretly dying from leprosy. A prophet told him to wash in the Jordan 7 times. To Naaman, the instruction felt ridiculous. He wanted spectacle, not simplicity. But when he obeyed, his flesh became whole. What healed him wasn't the river, it was the surrender. As written in the letter to the Hebrews, chapter 4, verse 12, "For the word of God is alive and active, sharper than any double-edged sword. It penetrates even to dividing soul and spirit, joints and marrow. It judges the thoughts and attitudes of the heart." Oh, that is what obedience does. It cuts, not flesh, but ego. It separates will from wisdom, desire from direction. It trains the soul to submit, not out of fear, but out of trust. Every time you obey a divine nudge, you invite heaven to intervene where logic would have failed. You've seen this play out before. There were times when everything in you wanted to respond, to defend, to prove your point. But a quiet voice said, "Be still." You obeyed, even when silence burned. Later, the truth surfaced on its own, and you realized obedience spoke louder than argument ever could. The world glorifies reaction, but heaven rewards restraint. In God's kingdom, obedience is not a leash, it's armor. It covers you from unseen attacks, from consequences that disobedience would have summoned. You don't always see what your obedience prevented, but heaven does. At times, obedience looks like sacrifice. You give up the immediate for the eternal. You choose patience when urgency calls your name. You walk away from opportunities that others would kill for, because peace whispers, "Not this one." You learn that delayed doesn't mean denied, it means directed. There's a pattern in Scripture. Every great deliverance followed obedience that made no sense. Noah built when there was no rain. Abraham left without a map. Moses lifted a staff against an ocean. Mary said yes without understanding how. Every one of them wielded obedience as their weapon. And creation responded. Your obedience has been tested too. Sometimes it felt unfair. You saw others moving freely while you were held still. You thought maybe you were being punished, when in reality, you were being positioned. Obedience often looks like isolation until elevation reveals its reason. You've come to understand that obedience doesn't always feel holy. It often feels human. It's saying yes while trembling. It's choosing right while uncertain. It's trusting that even your mistakes can't derail His mercy if your heart remains surrendered. When God asks for obedience, He's not seeking control. He's offering partnership. He's saying, "Let me lead so you can win." Your agreement with His timing becomes a shield. Your submission becomes strategy. Think of obedience as rhythm. When you dance to heaven's tempo, you stop stepping on grace. You begin to move with divine flow, one instruction at a time, one miracle at a time. You no longer need to understand everything. You just need to stay in tune. You've probably noticed that obedience produces peace even before the promise arrives. That's how you know you're aligned. The anxiety fades, not because the outcome is certain, but because your posture is. Obedience teaches trust more than any sermon ever could. And then there's the hidden beauty. Your obedience affects more than just you. Others find courage because of your consistency. Your quiet submission to truth becomes the sound that awakens those still wrestling with compromise. They watch you obey when it costs you comfort, and it gives them permission to believe again. You might never see all the battles your obedience won. You won't know all the traps it dismantled, the curses it reversed, the hearts it healed. But one day, heaven will show you the tapestry, how every small yes formed a pattern of victory you couldn't see from below. That's why you don't chase recognition anymore. You know obedience itself is reward. The peace you carry now, the discernment you walk in, the clarity that flows from your decisions, that's what victory feels like. You didn't win through strength. You won through surrender. So keep walking, keep listening, keep obeying. You're not losing control, you're mastering trust. And each time you yield to divine instruction, your spirit sharpens. The sword of obedience grows stronger in your hand, and darkness trembles at its sound. Because in the kingdom of God, the greatest warriors are not the loudest, they are the most obedient. The collapse of false alliances, it was quieter than you expected. No explosions, no grand betrayal, just the slow unraveling of things that once felt certain. The laughter faded, the messages stopped, the support turned into silence. For a while, you thought something was wrong with you, but now you understand. Nothing failed. Everything finished. Heaven orchestrated endings you didn't have the courage to start. The relationships that fell apart. The communities that shifted. The friendships that dissolved, those weren't losses. They were divine subtractions. You prayed for clarity, and clarity came disguised as distance. False alliances are like scaffolding, useful for construction, dangerous for habitation. They were never meant to stay, they were meant to build. Once the structure of your strength was complete, God removed what no longer served the foundation. You weren't abandoned, you were upgraded. The people who left weren't villains, they were lessons. Some were sent to show you loyalty, others were sent to show you limits. Every connection carries revelation, even the painful ones. Heaven will often use human exits to expose hidden motives. You can tell a false alliance by what it costs your peace. When you have to silence your convictions to keep a connection, it's not partnership, it's bondage. When every conversation leaves you feeling smaller, it's not mentorship, it's manipulation. God is breaking those silent contracts so that your spirit can breathe again. You might not realize it yet, but their departure was your promotion. Some doors closed because your name had graduated from their hallway. What once felt like rejection was actually redirection. Heaven moved you, not because they were bad, but because you outgrew the lesson they carried, as written in the book of Psalms, chapter 55, verses 12 through 14. If an enemy insulted me, I could endure it. If a foe rose against me, I could hide. But you, my companion, my close friend in fellowship. David wrote those words after heartbreak, not hatred. He understood the pain of realizing that even good people can carry expired purpose in your story. Some alliances were genuine once, but seasons change. Obedience sometimes requires you to release what once felt like destiny. The collapse of false alliances is proof that heaven trusts you with solitude. Only mature souls can stand alone without growing bitter. Only refined hearts can bless what left without cursing it. You've reached that stage. You no longer chase closure. You choose peace. There was a woman who once clung to a friend she thought she couldn't live without. When that friend betrayed her, she fell into despair. Years later, she looked back and said, "If she hadn't left, I would never have found my purpose." That's the paradox of loss. Sometimes, betrayal is the shortest route to clarity. And now that the noise has quieted, look around. Notice the stillness. It's not emptiness, it's space. Space for truth, for real connection, for divine alignment. Heaven never subtracts without preparing addition. If this message finds you in that in-between place between who left and what's next, let this be your comfort. You are not behind. You are in transition. The shaking is not punishment. It's proof that your foundation is being purified. As you heal, remember to honor the role people played. Even those who hurt you, they were necessary mirrors, reflecting the areas where your discernment was still growing. Now you see with greater depth. You love with wisdom instead of desperation. That's growth. So, as you stand here, lighter but lonelier, take heart. This is the holy middle, the place between endings and beginnings, the place where heaven rebuilds your circle, not by popularity, but by purity. The next connections will not require you to perform. They will recognize your peace as your power. And when you look back on those false alliances, you won't feel bitterness, you'll feel gratitude. Because every goodbye was a gate opening toward authenticity. Now, if this message has spoken to your spirit, if it feels like it's describing the quiet endings in your own life, then let's do something gentle, something honest. Share this message, not for algorithms, not for numbers, but as an act of empathy. Someone out there is still grieving what you've already survived. Your share might become the light that reminds them endings can also be beginnings. If these words have brought peace to you, then subscribe, not as a follower, but as a companion on this journey. Think of this space as a table built for hearts like yours. Every time you return, another piece of your strength gets restored. And if your heart ever whispers that you want to help this light travel further to reach other souls standing at their own door of departure, then give. Not because you owe, but because you overflow. Giving isn't a transaction, it's transformation. Think of it like planting a tree. You may never sit under its shade, but someone else will. Every act of generosity becomes another root that keeps this message alive. It allows the words that healed you to reach the next weary traveler. You can give time, you can give prayer, or you can give resources. Each one is a seed that tells heaven, use me. And when you give from sincerity, your seed never returns empty. It comes back as unseen blessings, peace that multiplies, provision that surprises, clarity that stays. Remember, this isn't pressure, it's invitation. No one owes the light, but those touched by it often choose to keep it burning. That's what generosity really is. The continuation of revelation. If this message touched a hidden place in your heart, then take a quiet moment and leave a comment below, something simple, something honest. You could write, I understand, or I'm healing, not for visibility, but for release. Every comment becomes a small light in the thread of stories, proof that even across distance, souls recognize each other when truth is spoken. And if all you do today is listen and breathe, that's still enough. Your presence matters here. You're part of a quiet movement of awakened hearts choosing honesty over illusion. So as this section closes, hold this truth close. The collapse of false alliances wasn't your ending, it was your unveiling. God didn't strip you of people, He stripped you of pretense. What remains now is pure. Like, share, subscribe, give, if your heart feels led. Not because you're asked, but because light shared becomes light multiplied. The language of peace, it speaks softly, yet it commands everything. You used to think peace was the absence of noise, the quiet after storms, but now you know, peace isn't the silence that follows war. It's the stillness that exists even in the middle of it. It's not fragile, it's fierce. There was a time when you equated peace with comfort. You thought you'd have peace once life finally calmed down. Once people stopped misunderstanding you. Once everything fell neatly into place. But peace is not a product of circumstance. It's a posture of spirit. It's the steady heartbeat that keeps rhythm when the world loses tempo. You've learned to stop chasing peace as if it were a prize and started carrying it as a presence. You've discovered that true peace doesn't depend on what's happening around you. It depends on what's anchored within you. Peace is not passive. It's power under control. It's the refusal to let temporary chaos define eternal truths. It's the quiet confidence that whispers, even if everything shakes, I will not. Lesh, you've met people who seem calm, yet their peace is performance. They smile while breaking inside, holding serenity like a mask. You used to do that too, until you realized that real peace can't be performed, it must be possessed. It doesn't demand attention, it simply radiates. Peace is built, not borrowed. It grows from trust. Trust that the plan is unfolding, even when details are missing. Trust that divine order governs chaos, even when you can't feel it. The deeper your trust, the keener your panic. As spoken in the Gospel of John, chapter 16, verse 33, I have told you these things, so that in me you may have peace. In this world you will have trouble, but take heart, I have overcome the world. Those words are not comfort for the weak, they are instruction for the chosen. They mean that peace doesn't come from control, it comes from connection. When your soul locks eyes with eternity, the temporary loses power. Peace also speaks a language that only the still can hear. It doesn't shout over fear, it outlasts it. It doesn't argue with anxiety, it drains its power by existing. You've noticed it yourself, those moments when worry comes knocking, but something inside you refuses to open the door. That's peace, defending its territory. There's a story of an artist who was asked to paint an image of peace. Most painters drew still lakes and sunsets, but he painted a thunderstorm, dark clouds, lightning splitting the sky, and in the middle, on a branch bending in the wind, a small bird sleeping in its nest. That's what real peace looks like: safety in surrender, trust inside turbulence. You've become that bird. The world hasn't stopped shaking, but you've stopped panicking. You've learned how to rest in chaos because your anchor isn't external anymore, it's eternal. The more you cultivate peace, the more you notice how many things try to steal it. Conversations that stir confusion, opinions that carry poison, environments heavy with unspoken tension. You can feel when peace starts leaking, and now you protect it the way a guard protects a vault. You withdraw from anything that taxes your spirit. That isn't avoidance, it's wisdom. There was a time when you mistook chaos for passion. You thought intensity meant importance, that constant activity meant purpose. But now you know peace is productive too. It builds quietly. It plants instead of reacts. It restores instead of rushes. You no longer equate silence with stagnation. You've seen how God does his best work in quiet places: wombs, tombs, hearts. He speaks in stillness, because stillness sharpens hearing. The world chases volume. Heaven values vibration. You've also realized that peace is contagious. It's not something you preach, it's something people feel. Walk into a room with peace in your spirit, and the atmosphere adjusts. Words become unnecessary. Energy does the talking. Peace doesn't need permission to be felt. It simply arrives, and everything else recalibrates. But peace has boundaries too. It won't coexist with manipulation or fear. You can't keep peace in a place built on pretending. That's why God sometimes separates you, not to isolate, but to preserve the purity of your calm. The language of peace has become your new mother tongue. It's how your soul speaks to heaven and how heaven replies. You hear it in prayer, in music, in wind, in the soft silence that wraps around you when you stop striving. It tells you, you are safe, even when you don't see how. Oh, and this inner stillness is your weapon now. The enemy cannot interpret peace. He understands fear, pride, noise, and chaos, but not calm. Every time you stay still when life screams, you confuse darkness. Every time you smile through uncertainty, you declare victory without a word. Peace is no longer something you're chasing. It's what you've become. It's in the cadence of your breath, in the way you pause before speaking, in the steadiness of your gaze. It's not just the absence of conflict, it's the evidence of communion. So keep listening to that quiet language. Let it teach you when to speak, when to move, when to rest. Let it anchor you when everything else unravels. You are not fragile, you are fortified. And your peace, forged in fire, now speaks fluent heaven. The anointing of endurance, it doesn't arrive in moments of ease. It is born in pressure. You can't pray for endurance and expect comfort to come with it. Endurance is the crown forged in fire, the quiet strength that grows when everything else says, give up. No, you've learned that survival and endurance are not the same. Survival is breathing through the battle. Endurance is learning through it. Survival gets you through a season. Endurance shapes your spirit for generations. That's why your journey has been long. It wasn't about barely making it. It was about becoming unbreakable. There were seasons when you mistook fatigue for failure. You thought your exhaustion meant you were doing something wrong. But endurance isn't the absence of weariness. It's the decision to keep walking, even when weariness arrives. It's the whisper that says, "One more step." When everything inside screams to stop, you've discovered that strength doesn't always roar. Sometimes it looks like getting up quietly again. It looks like praying through tears, forgiving without apology, staying soft when hardness would be easier. That's endurance, the kind heaven celebrates. As written in the letter to the Hebrews, chapter 10, verse 36, you need to persevere so that when you have done the will of God, you will receive what He has promised. Strength. That verse is not a suggestion, it's a survival code. It means there's a blessing reserved only for the ones who don't quit. The promise doesn't vanish when the path darkens. It waits for the one still walking when the crowd turns back. Endurance doesn't develop in success, it grows in silence. In nights when prayers seem unanswered, when you show up without reward, when obedience feels invisible. Those are the classrooms where God teaches durability. There was a craftsman once who built violins so precise that their sound could fill a cathedral. When asked how he made them so resonant, he said, "I only use wood that has survived storms. Trees that faced strong winds become strong instruments. The pressure tightens their fibers and teaches them to sing." That's endurance. You've been that tree, weathered, scarred, but now producing a sound the world can't ignore. The storms didn't break you, they tuned you. Every gust that threatened to uproot you only deepened your roots. The winds that once frightened you have become the very forces that formed your foundation. You used to ask, "How much longer?" But endurance doesn't measure time, it measures transformation. It doesn't count days, it counts depth. The same storms that tested your limits expanded your capacity. You can carry now what once would have crushed you. You've noticed that people who haven't endured much often panic quickly. They collapse under delay because they've never learned the rhythm of divine patience. But you know how to wait without wasting time. You know that waiting is not inactivity, it's incubation. It's where vision matures before manifestation. Endurance also taught you discernment. It revealed what was real and what was temporary. Some people faded when the journey got hard, not because they were bad, but because they weren't built for your terrain. God, let them walk part of the road with you. But only endurance could carry you the full way. It's strange, isn't it? The very thing you once cursed delay, pressure, pain has become your teacher. You now understand what few ever grasp. There is beauty in the breaking. Every crack in your soul let more light in. Every scar became instruction. Every unanswered prayer became armor. There's an image of a runner on a long path, breathing heavy, legs trembling. He sees the finish line in the distance, but feels his body collapsing. Then he remembers why he started. Something ancient ignites inside him. His steps steady, his breath evens out. That's you. The promise didn't move closer, you did. Endurance changes your perspective. You stop expecting quick miracles and start appreciating daily manna. You stop craving applause and start valuing peace. You understand that miracles aren't always sudden, they're often cumulative, unfolding quietly as you keep going. You don't rush anymore. You move with measured grace. You've stopped resenting the process because you've seen its purpose. You've learned to trust that even delays are divine instruments, stretching you so the blessing won't break you when it arrives. Endurance has made you gentle, not weak, but wise. You no longer fight every battle because you know some storms pass quicker when ignored. You've learned to rest mid-race, to breathe mid-battle, to trust mid-chaos, and perhaps most profoundly, endurance has made you grateful. You used to thank God for answers, now you thank Him for strength. You used to measure blessings by gain, now you measure them by growth. You realize the real miracle was never escape, it was endurance. Look at you now, still standing, still loving, still believing. The world sees resilience, heaven sees royalty. You've proven that faith doesn't need perfect circumstances, just persistence. So if the road ahead still looks long, don't lose heart. You've already survived what was designed to destroy you. The same grace that carried you this far will carry you farther. And when you look back, you'll understand. Endurance wasn't just your test, it was your transformation. The turning of the tide, it doesn't announce itself with fanfare. It begins in whispers, small shifts in the spirit, subtle changes in your atmosphere. The heaviness that once clung to you begins to lift. The battles that drained you start to lose their power. You wake up one morning and realize the season has changed. You don't know exactly when it happened. But the warfare that once defined you no longer dominates you. What used to trigger panic now triggers prayer. What used to make you cry now makes you calm. You're walking differently, not faster, but lighter. Not striving, but flowing. That's the sign. Heaven has turned the tide in your favor. At first, it feels strange. You've lived in battle mode for so long that peace almost feels foreign. You catch yourself waiting for the next storm, the next betrayal, the next disappointment, but none comes. Instead, blessings start to appear in quiet, ordinary ways, unexpected provision, unforced connection, simple joy. It's not dramatic, it's divine. This is how God works when the tide turns. He restores in rhythms, not rushes. He doesn't just give you new things, He renews your ability to receive them. You're not the same person who lost what you lost. You've grown roots that can handle rain. You've learned to rest without guilt and to smile without fear of losing what you love. As revealed in the book of Nahum, chapter 1, verse 7, the Lord is good, a stronghold in the day of trouble. He knows those who trust in Him. Oh, that's where you are now, inside the stronghold. Not hiding, but held. You've stopped bracing for impact and started believing in increase. You've realized that restoration isn't a replay of what was lost, it's the birth of what could never exist before. Look at how the pieces are aligning. The opportunities that once felt out of reach are returning not as tests, but as confirmations. The people meant for your next season are beginning to find you. Doors open with less effort. Conversations flow easier. What once felt uphill now feels guided. It's not luck, it's divine rhythm. There's a story of a fisherman who had worked all night and caught nothing. Exhausted, he was ready to quit when a voice told him to cast his net on the other side. He hesitated, he'd already tried, but he obeyed, and the net overflowed. The same sea, the same boat, but a different tide. That's your story. The place where you once failed is about to flourish. You see, When the tide turns, nothing external changes. First it starts inside. Faith rises quietly, and peace follows like a current. You begin to sense that what resisted you before is now working for you. That's divine reversal. God doesn't just remove opposition, He reassigns it to push you forward. You might notice the pace of your life changing. Not frantic anymore, but focused. The distractions that used to capture you now bore you. You've become intentional. You're not chasing opportunity, you're attracting alignment. That's the fruit of transformation. It's important to understand that the turning of the tide doesn't erase your scars, it redeems them. Your story still carries the memory of struggle, but the sting is gone. What once made you bitter now makes you wise. You speak from healing, not from hurt. You carry calm where chaos used to live. The enemy hoped to drain you, but all he did was deepen you. The same waves that tried to drown you have now taught you how to walk on water. You've learned to trust the balance between grace and grit. You no longer panic in the storm because you've discovered the secret peace floats. This turning point is not accidental. You earned it through surrender, through persistence, through unseen obedience. Heaven never forgets endurance. Every tear, every prayer, every silent "I'll keep going" has gathered interest in the bank of eternity. Now, heaven pays in favor what you sowed in faith. You may not see the full restoration yet, but it has begun. Seeds are sprouting under the soil. Conversations are being arranged. Opportunities are forming. You are standing in the overlap between prophecy and fulfillment, between testing and testimony. Let yourself feel this shift. Don't rush it. Don't question it. Just receive it. The same hands that steadied you in the storm are now steering you into still waters. You've crossed from survival into stability, from confusion into clarity, from endurance into establishment. And even now, while you're reading this, heaven is aligning things behind the scenes. People are thinking of you. Paths are clearing. The right words are being spoken in rooms you haven't entered yet. Divine momentum is building quietly around your obedience. This new tide comes with responsibility. You can't bring the old mindset into the new flow. Fear doesn't fit here. Doubt doesn't swim here. You must move like someone who expects favor, not fears failure. The same God who protected you through famine is preparing you for fullness. So, pause for a moment. Look back at where you've been, and then look forward with gratitude. Everything you endured has been turned into foundation. The tide is no longer against you, it's beneath you, carrying you forward. And now, as a prophetic act of agreement, comment 888 below. It's not superstition, it's symbolism. 8 represents new beginnings, and 3 8s together mean abundance multiplied by alignment. When you write it, let it mean this: my tide has turned, my story is shifting, my restoration has begun. This isn't just a new chapter, it's a new rhythm. You've stepped out of striving and into flow. The tide has turned, and this time, it's carrying you home. The silence between seasons, it's the hardest part of the journey. You're no longer where you were, but not yet where you're going. The noise of the old life has faded, yet the sound of the new one hasn't begun. It's a space without clear instruction, where faith must learn to see in the dark. You've come to recognize that silence is not absence, it's arrangement. Heaven speaks in whispers, because only those who have learned stillness can hear it. The pause between promises is not punishment, it's preparation. What looks like delay is often divine editing, refining your direction before the next unveiling. There were times when the quiet scared you. You mistook God's silence for disinterest, His stillness for distance. You prayed and heard nothing, fasted and felt nothing, waited and saw nothing. Yet, even in that emptiness, something sacred was happening. You were being recalibrated. As recorded in the Book of Lamentations, chapter 3, verses 25 and 26, "The Lord is good to those who wait for Him, to the soul who seeks Him." It is good that one should hope and wait quietly for the salvation of the Lord. Those words teach the wisdom of waiting. They remind you that the quiet is not an error in the system, it's part of the song. Every symphony has rests, and those pauses make the music possible. Without silence, sound loses shape. In the silence, your motives were exposed. You discovered what you truly wanted, not applause, not recognition, but presence. You learned that maturity means staying faithful even when feelings fade. Your prayers became less about asking and more about aligning. Instead of, "Why me?" you began to whisper, "Use me." There's a story about a gardener who planted a seed and watered it daily. Weeks passed, then months, and still nothing sprouted. Frustrated, he almost dug it up to check if it was alive, but he stopped, sensing that patience was required. A year later, the seed finally broke through the soil, not small, but strong. What he didn't see was the deep root system that had formed beneath the surface. It wasn't delayed, it was deepening. That's what the silence between seasons does. It grows roots. It teaches endurance when excitement fades. It trains your faith to live on revelation instead of reaction. The quiet soil of waiting forms unseen strength for the storms ahead. You may not realize it, but your stillness has become a sanctuary. The same place that once felt like isolation has become habitation. God didn't go silent because He left. He went silent because He was close. When teachers stop talking during a test, it's not because they've abandoned the student, it's because they're observing readiness. The silence between seasons also teaches you how to hear differently. When the noise of the world dies down, the subtle voice of God becomes clearer. You start to notice how He speaks through patterns, timing, people, and peace. You begin to understand that divine communication is less about volume and more about vibration. You also begin to appreciate the discipline of divine delay. The silence removes distractions, forcing you to confront yourself. It exposes the voices inside your own mind that compete for authority. It teaches discernment, how to distinguish between impulse and instruction. Many never make it through this stage because they mistake inactivity for insignificance. But you stayed. You kept believing when nothing made sense. You learned to build altars in the in-between, to worship without a spotlight, to remain grateful without visible gain. That's what separates the called from the chosen, the willingness to wait when waiting wounds. This silence has been your sacred cocoon. You entered it uncertain, restless, and afraid. But inside, transformation has been taking place. The version of you that will emerge is wiser, quieter, and more precise. You won't waste words anymore because you've learned the value of quiet power. When the next season arrives, and it will, You'll move with a grace that others won't understand. They'll think it came suddenly. But heaven knows it was formed in the hush. Your silence became your sword. You learned restraint, timing, and trust. You stopped forcing doors open and started letting peace decide your path. The silence between seasons is where discernment matures and identity solidifies. You're no longer defined by movement, but by meaning. You can now sense when something is wrong without proof. When something is right without explanation. That's the fruit of stillness. It sharpens intuition until it becomes instruction. So, if you find yourself once again in that quiet space, don't fight it. The silence is not your enemy, it's your sculptor. It's shaping the edges of your faith, refining the sound of your obedience, and building capacity for greater glory. When heaven speaks again, you'll recognize the voice, not because it will be louder, but because you will be quieter. The noise within will have settled, and your spirit will finally echo his tone. You are not waiting for a new season. You are becoming it. The silence will not last forever. Every pause in heaven's rhythm carries purpose. The day will come when what once felt motionless suddenly moves, when the still air begins to shift, and you'll realize this is the moment the waiting was for. You won't need confirmation. Peace itself will testify. And when that day arrives, you'll move differently. There will be no panic in your pace, no fear in your steps. You'll flow with quiet certainty, because stillness has trained your spirit. What once intimidated you will now obey you. You'll see that silence wasn't God's absence, it was his architecture. So hold this peace close. Don't rush what's ripening. The cocoon is not your cage, it's your consecration. Every heartbeat in the hush is shaping the wings you'll need for what's next. The silence has never been empty. It has always been full of God. There is a moment in every chosen life when gratitude becomes revelation. You stop seeing blessings as rewards and start recognizing them as relationships between heaven's heart and your obedience. You realize that what you've survived, what you've learned, what you've been entrusted to speak, none of it was random. It was design. Look at how far you've come. The darkness that once surrounded you has turned into depth. The pain that once silenced you has become language. You are no longer begging heaven for purpose. You are living inside it. What once looked like delay was divine choreography. When you trace the timeline, you'll notice it. Every not yet protected you from premature exposure. Every closed door saved you from counterfeit success. And every quiet night, when you felt unseen, heaven was actually engraving your name into destiny's blueprint, as declared in the book of Romans, chapter 8, verse 28. And we know that in all things God works for the good of those who love him, who have been called according to his purpose. That truth humbles you now. You realize it wasn't luck. It wasn't talent. It was mercy. Mercy kept you alive when you were careless. Mercy covered you when you were broken. Mercy reintroduced you to yourself when you forgot who you were. Now, gratitude flows differently. It's no longer an occasional thank you. It's your language of survival. You thank God not only for what you have, but also for what he didn't allow. Gratitude has become your governance. It keeps your heart clean, your motives pure, your perspective holy. There's a story of an old carpenter who built houses his entire life. On his last day before retirement, he decided to rush through one final project, thinking it no longer mattered. He used cheaper materials, ignored the details. When he finished, his employer handed him the keys and said, "This is your house." The man wept. He realized he had built his own home carelessly. That story lives as a reminder. Every act of your life builds something you will one day live in. Gratitude ensures you build with honor. Every word, every seed, every choice, each one lays another stone in the house of your destiny. You've started building beautifully, not because it's perfect, but because it's intentional. You no longer move from obligation, but from overflow. The scars that once embarrassed you now serve as windows for light to enter. Gratitude makes the broken things shine. And if you're reading this now, feeling that quiet warmth rise in your chest, that's not emotion. It's recognition. Heaven is reminding you that your story still matters. Your gifts still have purpose. Your time is not wasted. Pause here. Look at your life like a mosaic. Some tiles are shattered, some polished, some dim, some brilliant. But when heaven steps back, it forms something breathtaking. Gratitude is the light that makes the colors visible. When you live with a grateful heart, you carry a fragrance that draws peace. Gratitude attracts grace, the way open soil attracts rain. It turns ordinary days into altars. If this message resonates with the rhythm of your soul, if you feel the gentle echo of your own story within these words, then share it. Share this message, not for numbers or noise, but as a way of passing light. You never know whose night will end because of your one act of kindness. Sometimes, a single share becomes the whisper that keeps someone from giving up. And if these words have been like rain to your spirit, washing away fear, watering your faith, then subscribe, not for content, but for connection. Think of this space as a well in the desert. Each return fills your cup again, reminding you that you're not walking alone. Now, if your heart ever feels moved to support, to help this message continue reaching those who need it most, then give, freely and joyfully, not as an obligation, but as participation. Imagine your generosity as a lantern hung on a distant road. You may never see the traveler who finds it, but your light becomes their guidance. That's what giving does. It multiplies, meaning it extends what healed you into the lives of others, still finding their way. Giving isn't measured by size, it's measured by sincerity. A widow's coin carries the same fragrance of faith as a king's treasure when offered from the heart. When you give, you're not funding words, you're fueling transformation. You're turning revelation into reach. Think of it like this: every message like this one is a seed cast into the digital soil of the world. When you give, you help water that seed so it grows into fruit others can taste. Some will find healing through it. Some will rediscover faith. Some will simply feel seen for the first time in years. That's what your seed does. It travels where you can't. If you can't give, that's perfectly fine. Your time, your prayers, your simple presence here are gifts of their own. Heaven measures generosity not by currency, but by compassion. The fact that you are reading, reflecting, growing, that's already participation in divine work. But if your spirit feels stirred, if you feel that quiet nudge that says, "I want to help keep this going," then follow it. Not for me, not for merit, but for movement. For the unseen souls who will stumble upon these words at their lowest hour and feel hope flicker again. Your giving becomes invisible, architecture bridges made of kindness, carrying the weary across the waters of despair. It's not charity, it's communion. And if today you have nothing to give, then simply like this message. That simple act, that click of agreement, is also a form of gratitude. It tells the algorithm of the world, hope still matters. Gratitude turns every action, small or grand, into worship. Whether you like, share, subscribe, give, or simply breathe in the peace of this moment, it's all offering. It's all light. Because in the end, gratitude is not about what we return, it's about who we become. A grateful soul becomes a living altar, and every act of kindness becomes a spark of heaven. Like, share, subscribe, give if your heart feels led, not out of pressure, but out of love. Because love, when multiplied, becomes light that never fades. There comes a time when purpose stops being something you chase and becomes something you carry. You no longer run after it with desperation, you walk with it in awareness. It's no longer a question of, what am I meant to do? You've realized it's who you are becoming while you do it. Purpose isn't a destination, it's a frequency. It hums quietly beneath the noise of daily life, waiting for you to tune in. It doesn't always shout through opportunities. Sometimes it whispers through opposition. That's why your hardest battles have often held your deepest clues. There was a season when you mistook purpose for platform. You thought you needed visibility to have value, but God hid you, not to punish you, but to purify you. He allowed obscurity to strip away every counterfeit motive until only authenticity remained. When purpose is purified, it becomes unshakable. As spoken in the book of Jeremiah, chapter 1, verse 5, "Before I formed you in the womb, I knew you. Before you were born, I set you apart. I appointed you as a prophet to the nations." And that verse isn't just ancient text, it's identity written in eternity. It means your existence was intentional long before you ever felt inadequate. You were known before you were visible. Purpose didn't begin with your success, it began with your creation. You've started to see it now, haven't you? How the things that once confused you make sense in hindsight. Every rejection carved refinement. Every delay built depth. The very experiences that seemed random have become threads of revelation. What looked like detours were actually directions written in invisible ink. There's a story about a potter shaping clay on a wheel. The clay fought the process, collapsing again and again under his hands. But the potter didn't throw it away. He simply added water and began again. When asked why, he said, "Because I know what it's meant to become." That's what God did with you. Every collapse wasn't failure, it was formation. Purpose is the art of divine recycling. Nothing is wasted. Not your tears, not your trials, not your timing. God repurposes even your pain into power. The very thing that tried to bury you became the soil where your roots deepened. At this stage, you've learned that purpose rarely feels glamorous. It's not about applause, it's about assignment. It often looks like showing up when you'd rather disappear, speaking when you'd rather stay silent, forgiving when it costs you comfort. It's consistency, not convenience, that crowns the chosen. You've also realized that purpose is progressive. It evolves as you do. The assignment you carry now may not look like what it once was, but the essence is the same: to bring light where darkness still lingers. Whether you do it through words, work, art, or kindness. It's all ministry. Every act of integrity is a sermon. Heaven applauds. Purpose doesn't always arrive with a clear map. Sometimes it unfolds like a sunrise gradual, gentle, undeniable. You don't have to chase what's meant for you. You simply have to stay available. Availability is the language of destiny. You used to pray, "Lord, use me," not realizing He already was. Every moment you resisted bitterness. Every time you chose truth over convenience. Every time you refused to quit. That was purpose in motion. You were fulfilling destiny in ordinary obedience. The world tells you to find your purpose. Heaven teaches you to become it. You don't need more visibility. You need more vision. Because when you see the divine pattern in your path, even pain begins to make sense. Purpose will always require pruning. You'll lose things that distract your focus. You'll outgrow people who can't see your future. But every subtraction is a sign of multiplication to come. God doesn't take without replacing. He refines to realign. You may have wondered why your process took longer than others. It's because you're not building something temporary, you're carrying something generational. What God places in a chosen one isn't meant for quick success, it's meant for lasting impact. That's why your roots had to go deep before your fruit appeared. There's peace in finally understanding that you don't have to compete. You're not behind, you're becoming. You're not overlooked, you're observed. You're not running out of time, you're being synchronized with divine timing. When you walk in purpose, even silence speaks. Even small steps create ripples. The way you handle disappointment, the way you forgive, the way you stay kind, those become sermons that echo louder than words. You're teaching the world what endurance looks like, what faith feels like, what love sounds like. So stand tall. Even if your path still feels unclear, you're already walking it. Purpose doesn't demand perfection. It asks for persistence. Every day, you choose to keep showing up. You fulfill another line of your assignment. And now, as a mark of recognition, comment, "I align" below. Don't write it for display, write it for declaration. I align means you're no longer resisting the rhythm of heaven. It's a vow that says, "I choose to walk in what was written for me. I accept the process, the pruning, and the promise." Those two words are a covenant between your spirit and your future. When you write them, you're not predicting destiny, you're partnering with it. You're declaring that purpose isn't chasing you anymore, it's flowing through you. So breathe deeply. The path is already beneath your feet. You are not waiting to be chosen, you already are. And every step you take in obedience is proof that purpose found its vessel. The refining fire, every chosen one passes through it. You cannot carry divine weight without being purified by divine flame. Fire reveals what comfort hides. It separates imitation from authenticity, intention from impulse. And though it burns, it never destroys what is real, it only removes what is not. You've walked through that fire before. The nights of heartbreak, the days of confusion, the seasons where everything familiar disintegrated. You thought you were being punished, but you were being purified. God wasn't trying to harm you. He was trying to make sure that nothing fragile remained attached to your purpose. As recorded in the book of Zechariah, chapter 13, verse 9, "I will bring the third part through the fire, and will refine them as silver is refined, and will try them as gold is tried. They shall call on my name, and I will hear them." That scripture isn't poetic, it's prophetic. It means that the ones chosen for deeper callings are also chosen for deeper refinement. Heaven doesn't send you through the fire to test your strength. It sends you to reveal it. You've learned this truth. The fire doesn't come to expose your weakness. It comes to expose your worth. Gold doesn't fear heat because it knows what it's made of. And now, you know what you're made of too. Every betrayal, every breakdown, every burden was part of the furnace that shaped you. Refinement has its rhythm. First, God separates people, habits, environments, anything that cannot survive. The next dimension begins to fall away. It hurts. But separation always precedes elevation. Then comes pressure, the weight that makes you question if you can still stand. Yet, it's in that pressure that strength crystallizes. Finally, the flame, it burns away, the unnecessary, until only purity remains. At first, you resisted it. You prayed for relief instead of revelation. You begged for comfort instead of clarity. But now, looking back, you understand those flames were mercy disguised as chaos. God wasn't ignoring your cries. He was answering them in a language your comfort couldn't translate. There's an old legend of a silversmith who sat for hours watching silver in the furnace. When asked why he watched so closely, he replied, "Because I must know the exact moment when the impurities are gone. If I remove it too soon, it will not shine. If I leave it too long, it will break. I know it's ready when I can see my reflection in it." That's what God has done with you. The fire didn't end until His image appeared in your spirit. You no longer fear the fire, you respect it. You understand that every blaze has boundaries. He will never let it consume what He intends to crown. You've learned to stand still inside the heat, to let it refine your patience, purify your motives, and rekindle your focus. Refinement has made you precise. You no longer respond to every distraction. You no longer chase validation. You move with deliberate calm because you've seen what happens when gold stops resisting the fire. It becomes radiant. Your prayers have changed too. You no longer ask, "Why me?" Now you whisper, "Perfect me." You understand that refinement is love in its most intense form. It doesn't destroy, it distills. The fire taught you to listen differently. Pain has its own frequency. If you listen closely, you can hear purpose humming beneath it. Each tear became a translator between your heart and heaven. The more it burned, the more clearly you could hear. And through that burning, you found empathy. Refinement doesn't just shape endurance, it shapes compassion. You can now recognize pain in others, not as weakness, but as transformation in progress. You don't judge brokenness, you see potential waiting to be purified. Fire also teaches humility. It reminds you that holiness is not perfection, it's perseverance. It's the decision to stay in the process even when it hurts. It's learning to trust that even flames obey God. The refining fire changed your posture. You no longer rush divine timing. You wait with awareness. You understand that even ashes hold value because resurrection begins there. You've stopped fearing endings because you know the pattern. Every burning leads to birthing. The fire didn't just burn what was false, it illuminated what was eternal. Beneath the ashes, you found unshakable peace, unbreakable purpose, and an identity that no season can steal. You discovered that when everything external melts away, what remains is essence, truth, faith, and light. You used to think the goal was escape. Now you know the goal was emergence. The fire wasn't trying to end you, it was revealing you. You are not who you were before the furnace, and that's the point. Even now, traces of the flame remain, not to haunt you, but to remind you the warmth you carry when you speak, the depth in your eyes, the patience in your tone. They are all evidence of fire passed through and purpose preserved. You've learned to thank God for the flames because they introduced you to your core. Without them, you would have settled for surface strength. With them, you became gold, tested, tempered, and trustworthy. So when the next wave of heat comes, don't panic. You've walked through worse and come out brighter. You carry the scent of survival, the shine of sanctification, and the wisdom of one who has seen God in the fire. This refining season didn't destroy you. It revealed heaven's craftsmanship. You are living proof that divine flames don't consume, they consecrate. Restoration is quieter than destruction. When things fall apart, the noise is thunderous. Doors slam. Hearts crack. Systems shatter. But when God rebuilds, He does it in whispers. You don't hear walls rising or foundations forming. You simply wake up one day and realize the ruins have become roots. You have entered that stage now, the rebuilding after the burning. The dust has settled. The fire has cooled. And your soul is beginning to remember what peace feels like. There is still smoke lingering in your memories, but even that smoke is holy. It's the fragrance of survival, the scent of transformation. Restoration doesn't mean returning to what was. It means becoming what could never exist before. The old structure had cracks. The old version of you was too fragile for the future you carry now. God didn't rebuild the same thing. He redesigned it entirely. You're not recovering, you're being reimagined. As written in the book of Joel, chapter 2, verse 25, I will restore to you the years that the locust has eaten, the great locust and the young locust, the other locusts and the locust swarm, my great army which I sent among you. Oh, that verse is divine architecture. It means time itself bows to redemption. The years you thought were wasted, the seasons you thought were stolen, He is rewriting them with purpose. Restoration doesn't erase your past, it redeems it. You've probably noticed how different restoration feels compared to rescue. Rescue is loud, dramatic, filled with urgency. Restoration is calm, deliberate, strategic. Rescue saves you from danger. Restoration prepares you for destiny. God doesn't just pull you out of brokenness, He rebuilds you with blueprint precision. You see it in small things first. The way your laughter feels genuine again. The way your spirit no longer flinches when peace arrives. The way your prayers sound lighter. No longer desperate but grateful. That's restoration, subtle healing that rewires your spirit from survival to surrender. You used to believe restoration would come in one grand moment, one breakthrough, one opportunity, one miracle. But now you know it comes in layers. Healing in one area leads to healing in another. It unfolds like dawn, gradual, graceful, inevitable. The process has taught you gentleness. You no longer rush recovery. You've learned that wholeness is not a race, it's a rhythm. You give yourself grace for the days when strength feels distant, because you know that restoration works quietly, even when unseen. There's a story of a craftsman who repaired ancient stained glass windows. Each piece had been shattered by storm, But instead of discarding them, he carefully reassembled the fragments with molten gold. When finished, the window was more beautiful than before. Every crack now shimmered with light. That's what God has done with you. Your fractures didn't disqualify you. They became the framework for glory. You now carry wisdom that cannot be taught in peace. You understand joy because you've walked through sorrow. You cherish loyalty because you've known betrayal. You appreciate light because you've been through darkness. The restored always carry deeper compassion. Restoration has also changed how you love. You no longer love from emptiness, you love from overflow. You no longer serve to be seen, you serve because you've been saved. Every act of kindness you offer now is sacred, flowing from authenticity rather than obligation. And yet, restoration also requires boundaries. Just because you've healed doesn't mean you must reopen every door. Some rooms were burned for a reason. Restoration doesn't mean returning to everything familiar, it means returning to yourself. You may find old temptations revisiting you, disguised as opportunities. That's how the enemy tests the strength of your new foundation. But this time, you will not fall for imitation. You've learned discernment through fire. You can sense the difference between divine invitation and demonic distraction. There's a quiet strength in your silence now. You don't have to announce your comeback. Your peace will do it for you. The same people who once doubted your endurance will see the evidence of grace all over your life. Not because you proved them wrong, but because you allowed God to make you whole. Restoration isn't just about what's returned, it's about what's revealed. You've discovered new talents, new callings, new clarity. The fire didn't just take things away, it uncovered what had been buried under fear. You walk differently now, still cautious, but confident. You've stopped asking, "Why me?" and started asking, "What now?" That shift marks the moment you moved from victim to visionary. You no longer see your story as a series of losses, but as a map of lessons. The restored soul sees beauty everywhere, even in delays. You sense design, even in scars. You see strength. You've learned that heaven never wastes a wound. What once felt like punishment now feels like purpose. There will come a day soon when you'll look around and realize you are surrounded by everything you once prayed for. But it won't overwhelm you this time. You'll handle it with grace, because you're no longer driven by hunger, but by harmony. You've learned to hold blessings loosely, knowing they belong to God first. And when people ask you how you made it, you won't talk about strategy or strength. You'll talk about surrender. You'll say, "I stopped fighting for what I lost and started trusting God for what's next." Because restoration is not achieved by striving, it's received by staying. The season you're in is proof that divine restoration is real, not because everything is perfect, but because everything is purposeful. You're walking through a field that once looked barren, and you can hear the faint rustle of new growth under your feet. You are the living evidence that God restores not just situations, but souls. Every crack in your story now reflects His craftsmanship. You are not a survivor of fire, you are the cathedral it refined. There comes a moment after restoration when revelation follows. It's when you begin to see differently, not through the lens of pain, but through purpose. The eyes that once saw endings now perceive beginnings. You no longer view what you went through as punishment. You see it as preparation. The clarity that follows suffering is sharper than any sermon. You find yourself noticing signs again. The small things others overlook now shimmer with divine meaning. a sunrise that feels like reassurance, a random encounter that echoes prophecy, a door that closes gently instead of slamming. Revelation teaches you that heaven doesn't always speak in thunder. Sometimes it whispers through alignment. When your spirit awakens to this level of perception, you begin to realize that not everything broken needs fixing and not everything delayed needs rushing. Some things are meant to unfold slowly because revelation takes root in stillness. You no longer measure success by speed, but by substance, as declared in the book of Hosea, chapter 6, verse 3. Let us acknowledge the Lord. Let us press on to know him. As surely as the sun rises, he will appear. He will come to us like the winter rains, like the spring rains that water the earth. End of teen. That verse captures the essence of revelation. It doesn't come all at once. It comes like rain. First a drizzle, then a downpour. You don't chase it, you receive it. It falls where the ground has been softened by surrender. And that's what your life has become. Now, soft ground for truth to land. Every trial that humbled you has turned your heart into fertile soil. The same pain that once made you question God now helps you recognize his fingerprints. You see him in timing, in details, in coincidences that feel too perfect to be chance. Revelation isn't about knowing everything, it's about trusting what you know. You've stopped needing every answer. You've realized that mystery isn't a threat, it's a teacher. It invites you into deeper intimacy, where faith no longer depends on sight but on sensitivity. You once prayed for open doors, now you pray for open eyes, because you've learned that an unopened door can still be divine if it protects you from distraction. You no longer beg for everything you want, you ask to want what's right. That's maturity, the point where revelation turns longing into wisdom. There's a story of a man who carried a lantern through the night. He kept complaining that its light didn't reach far enough. A traveler walking beside him said, "The light is enough for the next few steps. Take them, and more will appear." That's how revelation works. It doesn't show you the whole road. It reveals enough to keep you walking. Revelation also humbles you. You stop judging others' journeys because you understand timing differs for everyone. Some are still planting where you're already harvesting. Some are blooming in fields you haven't reached yet. You learn to celebrate others without comparison because revelation frees you from competition. You've noticed how your discernment has sharpened. Conversations you once tolerated now feel heavy. Environments you once enjoyed now feel off. That's not pride, it's purity. Revelation teaches your spirit to detect what your logic can't explain. You sense peace or unease before facts appear. And yet, revelation isn't only about insight, it's about instruction. It's not meant to inflate your ego, but to guide your steps. God doesn't reveal things to entertain you, he reveals them to equip you. Every insight is an invitation to obedience. This awareness changes everything. You no longer chase prophecy, you live it. You no longer seek validation, you embody truth. You don't panic when plans shift. You understand that revelation often reroutes before it rewards. Revelation also brings responsibility. Once you see differently, you can't pretend blindness. You must walk according to what you know. You can't go back to shallow conversations, empty habits, or careless decisions. Seeing truth means stewarding it. That's why God doesn't reveal everything at once. He measures revelation according to readiness. Some things he keeps hidden until your heart is healed enough to handle them. When you're ready, he removes the veil, and what once confused you suddenly makes perfect sense. You can look back now and see how divine timing protected you. If you had known too early what you know now, it might have overwhelmed you. But because you waited, the wisdom came wrapped in peace. That's the beauty of divine revelation. It matures as you do. You're learning that revelation doesn't just show you God's plan, it shows you His personality. You start noticing how kind He is, how detailed, how patient. You begin to love Him not just for what He gives, but for how He guides. Every insight feels like a conversation, every realization like a hug. The more revelation grows, the less you talk and the more you observe. You become still enough to notice God moving in places others call coincidence. You realize that your life is not random, it's rhythmic. Even your detours dance in divine time. You carry a calm that puzzles people. They can't understand how you stay steady in uncertainty. It's because revelation has taught you the secret. Not everything unclear is unsafe. Sometimes, the cloud that covers is the same one that leads. And now, as a symbolic act of recognition, comment 999 below. It's not superstition, it's a sign. 9 represents fulfillment, completion, and divine finality. When repeated 3 times, it means what began in pain will finish in purpose. By writing it, you declare, I see now, I understand, I receive revelation in peace. This is your season of divine clarity. The same eyes that once wept are now windows of wisdom. You don't need to force understanding anymore, you are walking in it. There's a kind of peace that only comes after you've seen everything fall apart and watched God put it back together slowly, silently, perfectly. It's not loud like triumph, not flashy like success. It's deep, quiet, and unshakable. It hums in your bones like truth. This is where you stand now, not at the beginning, not at the end, but in the steady middle of divine fulfillment. You can finally look back without flinching and forward without fear. You've survived what should have buried you, and you're carrying treasures only fire can forge. You've noticed the subtle shifts around you. Conversations feel lighter. The people who remain feel safer. You wake up without that heavy ache in your chest. Life hasn't become perfect, but it's peaceful, and peace is the truest wealth heaven gives. What's happening now is not just recovery, it's reintroduction. God is reintroducing you to yourself. Not the you defined by pain or pressure, but the version He designed before the world wounded you. You're remembering who you were before fear rewrote your story, as written in the book of Philippians, chapter 1, verse 6, being confident of this, that He who began a good work in you will carry it on to completion until the day of Christ Jesus. That verse feels alive in your chest now. You can sense the continuation, the way heaven finishes what it starts. You used to worry about running out of time, but you've learned that divine projects don't expire. They evolve. God doesn't abandon blueprints, He perfects them. Every scar has become instruction, every disappointment an education. You're no longer ashamed of what you've endured. You're grateful for what it built, because pain made you precise, and loss made you luminous. You see clearer now, because tears washed the dust from your vision. This peace you carry is sacred currency. It's not something you can buy or borrow. It was earned through nights of endurance and mornings of faith. It's the quiet reward of those who refused to quit when comfort left. But peace, like fire, must be tended. You nurture it through gratitude, through giving, through grace. You've realized that every blessing, when hoarded, grows stagnant, but when shared, it multiplies. That's why this moment isn't just about receiving light, it's about releasing it. If these words have met you where your soul needed healing, then take a simple, sacred step. Share this message, not as obligation, but as overflow, like a candle lighting another candle. Your act of sharing doesn't diminish your flame, it multiplies the light. Someone out there may be standing at the edge of their own breaking, waiting for this very reminder that survival is possible. When you like or share, you're not boosting content, you're extending comfort. You're joining a quiet chain of souls choosing to keep light alive in a world obsessed with noise. And if you felt a sense of belonging here, if this space has given you strength in moments when words failed, then subscribe, not as a transaction, but as a continuation. Think of it as returning to a familiar fire, the kind that warms without burning, that speaks without shouting. Visit. Each listen. Each reflection keeps the ember of connection glowing. And then there's giving. Give. If your heart feels stirred, not out of duty, but delight. Giving is not about meeting a demand, it's about joining a movement. It's like adding another stone to a sacred path so others can walk safely after you. Think of giving as planting wildflowers along the road you've already walked. You've seen the barren places, you've known the long nights. Your gift, be it small or great plants, beauty for the next traveler. One seed of generosity can bloom into 100 moments of hope for someone you'll never meet. There's an ancient truth. When you pour into others, heaven pours back into you, but not always in the same form. Sometimes it returns as peace, sometimes as provision, sometimes as a perfectly timed word when you need it most. That's the divine economy of kindness. It never runs out. So, give not because you must, but because you may, because your gratitude wants to take shape, because your peace is too abundant to keep to yourself. Every offering you release becomes a whisper into eternity, saying, I am grateful, I am available, I am part of the light. Oh, and if today you have nothing to give except your attention, your silence, or your presence, that is still a gift. Heaven counts sincerity, not scale. Even listening with an open heart sends ripples through unseen realms. You've probably noticed something beautiful. The more you give time, love, encouragement, the richer your spirit becomes. Scarcity fades when generosity takes the throne. Because giving isn't subtraction, it's circulation. It keeps grace flowing like blood through the body of humanity. That's what this message is about, not charity, but continuity. Every like, share, subscription, or gift becomes a thread woven into a tapestry of transformation. Together, we build bridges of faith and peace that stretch across invisible distances. And if this message found you in a quiet moment, when you weren't searching but still needed a reminder, consider that divine timing. Heaven always sends light at the exact second darkness starts to whisper again. Maybe this is that moment for someone else, and your small act could deliver it. So, if it resonates, let it ripple. Like, share, subscribe, give, if your heart feels led, not out of pressure, but but out of peace. You are not supporting a person, you're sustaining a purpose. You're keeping a flame alive, for weary hearts still walking through their own refinement. And as you give, heaven writes your generosity into its story. Every seed, every share, every silent prayer becomes another note in the symphony of divine connection being composed through you. The peace you found was never meant to stop at you, it was meant to flow through you. Be the continuation of that flow. Be the evidence that restoration leads to renewal, and renewal leads to revival. Because when hearts like yours move in harmony, heaven moves too, and the light only grows brighter. Like, share, subscribe, give freely, joyfully, as an echo of grace, because love that flows is love that lasts. There comes a moment when transformation becomes testimony, when what you've lived through no longer feels like a wound, but like a witness. You stop needing to explain your story. You simply are your story. Every breath, every calm response, every act of compassion becomes proof that you survived without losing your softness. The world may never know what it cost you to stay kind, but heaven does. The unseen hours of healing, the quiet nights of wrestling with doubt, the mornings you chose to rise anyway, they've all been recorded in eternity. You didn't just recover, you were rebuilt. Transformation isn't about becoming someone new, it's about remembering who you were before fear rewrote you. It's peeling back the layers of defense and returning to the pure, bold, believing heart that existed before the world told you otherwise. You've spent years being remade from the inside out, and now you radiate what you once prayed for, as spoken in the second letter to the Corinthians, chapter 3, verse 18, and we all, who with unveiled faces contemplate the Lord's glory, are being transformed into his image with ever-increasing glory, which comes from the Lord, who is the Spirit. That verse holds your reflection. You are not being fixed, you are being formed. Every season, every scar, every surrender has shaped your reflection to mirror his light more clearly. You're becoming what grace looks like in human form, flawed yet faithful, scarred yet shining. There was a time when you thought transformation would feel like fire, loud, dramatic, undeniable. But now you know it feels more like breath, gentle, consistent, alive. It happens quietly in the places no one claps for. The way you forgive faster, the way you listen deeper, the way you love without expecting. Transformation doesn't erase your humanity, it refines it. It teaches you to cry without collapsing, to feel without fearing, to dream without demanding. It replaces panic with patience and replaces bitterness with balance. You don't chase closure anymore. You create peace instead. You used to think healing meant forgetting, but true healing remembers differently. You recall the pain, but without poison. You remember the faces, but without fury. You can revisit the story without reopening the wound. That's transformation. It doesn't delete memory. It rewrites meaning. There's a story of a Japanese art called kintsugi, repairing broken pottery with gold. The cracks aren't hidden, they're illuminated. The repaired piece becomes more valuable because of its scars. That's you. You're not flawless, you're gilded. What once felt like failure has become the golden pattern that tells your truth. Transformation also teaches detachment. You've learned that you can love deeply without clinging. You can care without controlling. You can walk away without resentment. That's not coldness, it's confidence. You finally trust that what's meant for you won't require you to beg for belonging. The deeper you go, the quieter you become. You've stopped trying to prove your growth. You simply live it. Silence has become your language of strength. Your peace speaks louder than your defense ever could. And yet, this transformation isn't just for you, it's for everyone who will see themselves in your reflection. Every time you speak truth, someone else finds courage. Every time you rise again, someone else learns that resurrection is real. Your life has become a living sermon. Not because you're perfect, but because you didn't quit. Transformation always births purpose. The pain that once confused you now gives direction. The experiences that once broke you now become bridges for others. You find yourself comforting with the same comfort you once needed, guiding with the same grace that once carried you. That's the divine pattern. Healed hearts become healers. And this is what sets you apart. You've stopped idolizing a rival. You no longer rush to reach some perfect version of yourself. You've realized that becoming is infinite. You're not chasing completion. You're walking with the Creator. Transformation is not an event. It's a lifelong conversation with God. The people who once misunderstood you may not recognize you anymore. That's okay. The ones who were meant to grow with you will adjust to your light. Those who can't simply weren't assigned to your next chapter. You've learned that release can also be redemption. Sometimes, transformation means learning how to stay soft in a hard world, to keep faith when cynicism feels safer, to hope again after disappointment, to open your heart even when logic says, don't. It's radical vulnerability, holy rebellion against fear. And maybe transformation also looks like simplicity. You don't need grand plans anymore. You just want peace, purpose, and presence. You're not trying to impress anyone. You're trying to honor the one who never stopped believing in you. Look at yourself now, not through the lens of pride, but of perspective. You've carried storms and still found the sun. You've walked through valleys and still learned to sing. You've broken, healed, and bloomed in the same lifetime. That is sacred work. Your transformation has made you timeless, not in years, but in essence. The lessons you've lived will echo long after your words fade. Every moment you choose grace over grudge. You shift the atmosphere. Every time you smile through uncertainty, heaven nods in approval. And now, at this stage of your journey, take a quiet pause. Let this realization settle deep. You have become what once felt impossible. You are the proof that faith outlasts failure, that beauty rises from ashes, that light finds its way through every fracture. So now, as a declaration of alignment, comment, still rising below. Write it not as performance, but as promise. Those two words carry power. They testify that transformation didn't just happen to you, it's happening through you. They declare that even now, in progress and imperfection, you continue to ascend. When you write it, let it mean, I am still becoming. I am still burning bright. I am still walking forward, refined, renewed, and radiant. Because transformation doesn't end, it evolves. And you, chosen one, are still rising. Elevation is quieter than people think. It doesn't always come with applause or recognition. Sometimes it arrives disguised as responsibility, wrapped in stillness, hidden beneath obedience. You don't notice it. At first, You're just doing what you've always done, but with deeper peace, sharper discernment, and a steadier heart. Then one day, you realize you've risen. The climb wasn't a ladder, it was an awakening. Every lesson, every loss, every lonely season was a step. You weren't ascending to power, you were ascending to perspective. The higher you go in spirit, the less you need to prove. The view changes everything. The small things that once consumed you lose their power. And what truly matters becomes crystal clear. Elevation isn't about height, it's about depth. It's about seeing from heaven's angle, understanding, timing, and moving in rhythm with divine flow. You're not above others. You're simply beyond what used to bind you. Your peace no longer depends on people's approval because your identity no longer depends on their understanding. As written in the book of Isaiah, chapter 54, verse 10, "Though the mountains be shaken and the hills be removed, yet my unfailing love for you will not be shaken, nor my covenant of peace be removed, says the Lord, who has compassion on you." No, that promise is your altitude. The storms may still rage, but you remain anchored in love that does not shift. You've realized elevation doesn't exempt you from storms, it teaches you how to fly above them. The air is thinner up here. Yes, but it's also cleaner. The noise fades, leaving only clarity. There was a time when elevation scared you. You feared losing people, feared being misunderstood, feared standing alone at new heights. But now you see that separation was never rejection, it was redirection. The isolation wasn't punishment, it was insulation. God had to take you higher before he could trust you with the weight of influence. You've noticed how your circle has changed. The conversations are fewer but deeper. The people around you now speak the language of purpose, not gossip. You no longer crave validation, you crave alignment. You've learned that true elevation always narrows the crowd. Not everyone can breathe at high altitudes. At this level, obedience becomes oxygen. You move when he says move. Rest when he says rest. Pride suffocates here. Humility sustains you. You understand now why God took his time preparing you, because elevation without character collapses. The delay was never denial, it was foundation. Elevation also changes your balance. When you stand higher, you must bend lower. The greater the view, the deeper the humility. You serve differently now, not out of duty, but out of understanding. You help without expectation. You bless quietly. You give freely, because you remember what it felt like to be unseen, and you never want to make another soul feel that way. The air of elevation carries responsibility. The higher you rise, the more you see the beauty and the brokenness. God shows you both so that your compassion grows with your calling. You are not lifted to look down, but to lift others up. Every blessing is now a bridge, every opportunity a chance to heal. It's strange how calm elevation feels. You thought it would be exciting, but it's peaceful instead. You don't need constant confirmation anymore. You know where you are. You know who you are. You've stopped chasing signs because you've become one. Your life itself is evidence of God's favor. You've also discovered that elevation isn't permanent, it's progressive. You don't arrive once, you ascend repeatedly. Each new level comes with new lessons, new tests of trust. The journey never stops because God's glory is infinite. The more you rise, the more you realize how much further there is to go. But you're no longer intimidated by that truth. It inspires you. There's a story of an eagle that teaches its young to fly by, breaking the nest apart. When the eaglet resists, the mother pushes it off the edge. The wind looks terrifying, but the fall becomes flight. You've lived that story. You were pushed out of comfort so you could remember your wings. The drop didn't destroy you, it delivered you. Elevation reveals capacity. You now understand that what once overwhelmed you was actually preparation for this altitude. The prayers you used to whisper timidly, you now declare boldly. The fears that once paralyzed you no longer hold authority. You walk with quiet confidence because you've tested your wings and found them strong. At this height, gratitude feels different. You thank God not just for the view, but for the valley that built your stamina. You realize that without struggle, your spirit wouldn't have developed the endurance to breathe this air. Every hardship was oxygen training for the heights of purpose. And yet, elevation comes with caution. The higher you rise, the more subtle pride becomes. You've learned to guard your humility like treasure. You stay grounded in grace, remembering that the same God who lifted you can level you if you forget love. True greatness doesn't shout, it serves. You also notice that the higher you go, the fewer words you need. Your peace has become your punctuation. You no longer debate, defend, or demand. You've discovered the serenity of simply being. Your presence, refined by process, carries a frequency that speaks louder than explanation. At this stage, you've stopped trying to make sense of every detail. You've realized that faith and logic don't always coexist, and that's okay. You're learning to fly in the fog, trusting that the same God who carried you through fire will carry you through clouds. Elevation is not an escape, it's an embodiment. You're not running away from the world, you're rising above its weight. The air is thinner. Yes, but so is the noise. It's quieter here. And you finally understand why. Because heaven speaks best at high altitudes. You've been raised, not just to witness glory, but to reflect it. Not just to be seen, but to see clearly. You've learned that real power is gentle, real authority is humble, and real elevation isn't about being higher, it's about being holier. So stand where you are now, rooted yet rising, grounded yet glowing. You've reached a level where peace is proof, and purpose is the only prize worth keeping. This is elevation, not the escape from gravity, but the grace to glide through it. There is a sacred calm that comes after elevation, a peace so still it almost feels otherworldly. You begin to sense that you're no longer striving for miracles, you're living inside them. What once felt unreachable has become natural. You've stopped chasing signs, because the presence itself has become enough. This calm doesn't mean the storms have stopped, it means they no longer shake you. The same winds that once bent you now carry you. You've learned to trust the rhythm of divine momentum, to flow instead of force. You don't wrestle the current anymore, you ride it. That's the beauty of spiritual maturity. What once required explanation now only requires awareness. You've learned to sense when God moves. Even without words, the peace that now surrounds you is not the absence of warfare, it's the mastery of it. You've become fluent in stillness. As written in the book of Psalms, chapter 46, verse 10, "Be still, and know that I am God. I will be exalted among the nations. I will be exalted in the earth." That verse is no longer a verse to you, it's a voice. You've lived it. You've seen how stillness doesn't mean stagnation, it means surrender. It's the moment you stop trying to control outcomes and start trusting orchestration. You finally understand that faith's greatest strength is rest. The old you thought peace meant everything going right. The new you knows peace means staying right when everything goes wrong. You've stopped measuring God's presence by comfort. You recognize Him now, even in the chaos, even in the correction, even in the wait. Stillness has also sharpened your discernment. You can feel shifts in the unseen before they manifest in the natural. You sense when a conversation carries hidden energy, when an opportunity is bait instead of blessing, when a delay is protection. You no longer call everything that looks good God. That's wisdom born from still waters. There's a story of a ship captain who once said that the best sailors are not made in calm seas but in steady ones. The sea will always move, but steadiness comes from balance. You've found your balance, not because the waves stopped, but because your anchor deepened. Stillness also reshapes your hearing. You start noticing how God speaks through timing, tone, and tenderness. He speaks in the pause between your questions, in the gentle nudge before a decision, in the quiet comfort after loss. You no longer need a loud sign because you've developed a sensitive spirit. This peace has become your power. You carry it into rooms and feel atmospheres shift. You don't even have to speak. Your calm commands the chaos. People sense it. They may not understand it, but they feel it. That's the mark of someone who's walked through fire and found stillness on the other side. Stillness doesn't mean inactivity, it means intentionality. You move slower now, but with purpose. You choose presence over performance, process over panic. You no longer rush to react, you wait. You weigh. You witness. The world may call it delay, heaven calls it discipline. You've also discovered the paradox. Stillness takes strength. It's easier to react than to remain. It's easier to speak than to stay silent. But you've learned that silence can roar louder than argument. Restraint can cut deeper than reaction. That's how maturity sounds. It doesn't shout, it stands. Stillness has also healed your relationship with time. You've stopped fearing it, stopped fighting it. You no longer see waiting as wasted, you see it as weaving. Every pause is a thread God uses to connect your past pain to your future promise. You don't rush seasons anymore because you finally understand that divine timing is never late, it's layered. And as peace deepens, so does perspective. You start noticing that what you once called delays were divine shields. That missed job, that ended relationship, that sudden detour, they were all mercies in disguise. Stillness has given you vision, clear enough to see protection where pain used to dwell. You've learned to value solitude too. Not loneliness, but holy solitude, the kind where your own thoughts become prayers, and silence feels like company. You no longer fear being alone. You've realized it's the only place you hear heaven without interference. In stillness, you've found identity again. You're not what you do, you're what you carry. You are not defined by movement, but by meaning. Even when you rest, purpose breathes through you. That's the mystery of divine design. You are both the instrument and the melody. And now, in this place of peace, your eyes have softened. You look at others differently, not with judgment, but with understanding. You recognize the signs of struggle in their silence because you've been there. You carry empathy like armor. You no longer need to fix everyone. You simply hold space for them to find their own calm. Stillness has become your teacher, your weapon, your sanctuary. You understand that silence doesn't mean God stopped speaking. It means He's waiting for your spirit to catch up with His whisper. You don't chase words anymore. You steward what's already spoken. So now, when chaos rises again, and it will, you won't panic. You'll breathe. Listen. And remember that storms can't drown what's anchored in divine assurance. You'll smile at the waves because you know who commands the sea. This is not stillness as survival, it's stillness as sovereignty. You have not escaped the world. You have transcended its noise. You've become the calm in the storm, the peace in the pressure, the quiet proof that heaven's voice still speaks in the hearts of the chosen. Legacy, it's not about what you leave behind, but about what you live right now. It isn't measured in monuments or memories, it's measured in meaning. You've reached the point in your journey where you no longer live just to survive, you live to signify. Every word, every act, every moment is an imprint of light that will outlast you. Legacy is not something you build at the end of your life. It's something you craft with every choice. It's hidden in the tone of your voice, the integrity in your actions, the kindness you give when no one's watching. You've come to understand that the smallest acts, listening, forgiving, encouraging, are the seeds of eternity. You've spent so long enduring, healing, ascending, and learning that now your focus shifts. It's not about what's next anymore, it's about who follows. You start thinking differently. How can my story help someone else find strength sooner? How can my scars become someone else's map? That's legacy when your survival becomes another's strategy. As written in the Gospel of Matthew, chapter 5, verse 16, let your light so shine before others, that they may see your good works and glorify your Father in heaven. You've realized that legacy is less about recognition and more about reflection. Your light isn't meant to draw attention to you, it's meant to direct eyes upward. You shine not for applause, but for alignment. The same God who refined you through fire now radiates through your presence. Legacy begins the moment you stop living for validation and start living for impact. You've learned that purpose fulfilled privately has more power than fame achieved publicly. The world might overlook your quiet consistency, but heaven documents every act of obedience. The people who cross your path are not coincidences, they are assignments. Some will walk with you for a season, others for a sentence. But each one carries a chance to plant something eternal, a word of hope, a prayer, a moment of mercy. You may never see the full fruit, but you've learned to trust the planting. There's a story of a teacher who spent her whole career sowing into students without knowing what would become of them. Years later, one of them returned a doctor, saving lives. When he thanked her, she wept, not from pride but from realization. Her legacy had multiplied quietly in places she'd never see. That's how God works. He hides your impact in hearts long after you've left the room. You no longer need to chase platforms because you understand that legacy happens in proximity. It's not the masses who remember you, it's the one soul you reached when no one else saw. Legacy is personal before it becomes public. You've started to see legacy in simple things. The way you comfort a stranger, the patience you show in waiting, the forgiveness you give without acknowledgement. These are invisible sermons that echo louder than any microphone ever could. Legacy is also built in what you withhold. You've learned that silence can be holy, that walking away without bitterness is a kind of sermon. You teach others that strength isn't dominance, it's discernment. The restraint you've developed has become part of your inheritance. The greatest legacies are written not in ink, but in atmosphere. When you leave a space, peace remains. When you speak, people feel lighter. When you depart, others find hope again. You don't always see the difference you make, but heaven keeps record of every ripple. Legacy also carries a cost. You've had to unlearn urgency. You've had to trade ambition for authenticity, speed for significance. But it was worth it. You've built something that time cannot erase, character that remains, even when the noise fades. You've come to understand that legacy isn't about what you own, it's about what you offer. The more you pour, the more you preserve. Your generosity, your words, your compassion, they are deposits in eternity's vault. Legacy is generational, but not always biological. Some inheritances are spiritual. The people you've prayed for, mentored, inspired, they will carry pieces of your light into places you'll never go. That's how heaven multiplies your reach without asking for your presence. At this point, you're no longer anxious about being remembered. You're at peace knowing you've contributed to something bigger. Your name doesn't need to echo, your impact already does. You've left fingerprints of faith on every soul you touched. Legacy also means letting go when the work is done, knowing when to pass the torch, when to bless and release. You've learned that holding too tightly can suffocate growth. True legacy empowers others to build upon your foundation, not worship your walls. You now see how everything in your story fits together: the trials, the teaching, the transformation. Each season prepared you to create something that would last beyond your lifetime. The fire purified your voice, the waiting shaped your wisdom, the rising taught you how to guide others without controlling them. You've become an echo of eternity, a living bridge between what was and what will be. Your story is no longer just survival, it's seed. The ground you broke will become the soil where others grow. That's legacy, when your endurance becomes their evidence that miracles still happen. And when your time in this chapter closes, you won't leave emptiness behind, you'll leave energy, a frequency of faith that keeps resonating long after you're gone. The words you've spoken, the love you've given, the peace you've carried, they'll all continue, multiplying. This is the quiet glory of legacy. It doesn't demand to be noticed, it just continues to live through others. It is the holy continuation of everything you've learned, that obedience outlasts opportunity, that love outlives life, that peace echoes forever. You are not chasing legacy anymore, you are legacy, a living testament that God doesn't waste anything, and that a life surrendered becomes a light unending. Completion doesn't always feel like celebration. Sometimes it feels like quiet, release the exhale after a long journey. The soft closing of a chapter that shaped you more than any success ever could. You stand at the threshold of endings and beginnings, and for the first time, you don't rush through it. You simply breathe. This moment is not about applause or achievement. It's about awareness. You've walked through valleys and climbed unseen mountains. You've been refined, restored, and revealed. You've lost much, gained more, and through it all, you've remained faithful. That is the essence of completion, not perfection, but persistence. The old version of you would have searched for what's next. The new you understands that completion deserves contemplation. You don't run past the lesson anymore, you rest in its revelation. The stillness that once frightened you now feels like home. Completion is not an end, it's a rhythm shift. The same God who began the work has now sealed it with peace. What once felt like pieces finally feels like pattern. Everything fits now: the pain, the pruning, the pauses, every unanswered prayer, every delayed door, every heartbreak. They were all threads in a tapestry too vast for your early eyes to comprehend. As written in the book of Revelation, chapter 21, verse 5, he who was seated on the throne said, "Behold, I am making all things new." And those words echo now, not as promise, but as proof. You are the evidence of renewal. You've become the new. He spoke of the restored vessel, the living testimony that brokenness can birth brilliance. The Creator hasn't just fixed what was fractured, He's forged something unrecognizable in its beauty. Completion also brings clarity. You start to see how every ending carried mercy. The opportunities you lost were simply doors misaligned with your destiny. The people who left were exits designed by heaven to clear your path. Every disappointment that once broke you now bows in service to your story. You no longer need to understand every why. You've learned that mystery is mercy too, that some revelations would have crushed you before they could crown you. Trust now fills the spaces where fear once lived. You don't demand control anymore. You dwell in confidence. Completion is humility. It's realizing that your strength alone could never have sustained this journey. You see now how grace held you when you stumbled, how mercy covered you when pride blinded you, how love waited patiently until you were ready to see clearly. You bow in gratitude, not because the battle is over, but because you finally recognize the one who fought beside you all along. You think of the years behind you, the quiet wars, the silent prayers, the invisible victories, and you smile, not the forced smile of survival, but the soft smile of peace. You made it through every season that once promised to destroy you. And you didn't just survive, you transformed. Completion carries softness. You no longer need to argue with what ended or chase what's beginning. You bless both. You've learned that endings aren't failures, they're invitations. God closes what no longer grows you, not to punish, but to prepare. You honor the closing doors because they protected your next dimension. There's a story of a master painter who would stand in front of his finished work for hours before signing it. When asked why, he said, "I wait until I feel peace. The brush must rest where the purpose is complete." That's how God finishes His work in you. He doesn't rush the final strokes. He waits until your spirit settles into stillness. Then He signs your story with peace. Completion also teaches stewardship. You no longer see your gifts as yours alone. You recognize them as grace on loan. You hold them with care, not pride. You give freely because you understand the cycle. What flows out faithfully always returns multiplied. This season has changed the way you see life. It's no longer a series of destinations. It's a continuous dialogue between divine and dust. Every breath, every encounter, every quiet miracle is a sentence in that holy conversation. You've stopped striving to arrive because you've realized you already are where you're meant to be. Completion is also communion. You're more connected to heaven now than you've ever been. Not because of grand signs, but because of constant presence. You've learned to walk with God, not chase Him. You've learned that glory isn't always thunder. It's often a whisper carried on peace. You don't fear what comes next. You know that whatever unfolds will unfold in favor. You've proven that storms can't drown you, that waiting can't waste you, and that faith, real faith, never fails. The world may not notice the magnitude of this moment, but heaven does. Angels bear witness. The journey that began in trembling obedience has ended in quiet triumph. You are now what you were always meant to be: whole, wise, and willing. Completion doesn't mean the story is over. It means it's eternal. What God completes, He continues through others. The light you carry will ripple outward, touching places your feet will never reach. So stand still for a moment. Feel the sacred weight of fulfillment settle over your shoulders. This is not exhaustion. It's elevation disguised as rest. The race is not finished. It's simply found its rhythm. You have become the echo of every prayer, the embodiment of every promise, the living symbol of divine completion. And though the chapter closes, the story remains infinite, because the work He began in you was never meant to end. It was meant to expand. This is completion, not the silence after the storm, but the song that rises from it. So here you are, the journey completed, the message absorbed, the transformation sealed. You've walked through revelation, fire, peace, and promise. And now, in this quiet moment, heaven pauses again, not to test you, not to teach you, but to thank you. You stayed through the process. You listened. You allowed truth to confront and comfort you. That alone is rare. In a world rushing toward distraction, you chose depth. You chose presence. That decision alone places you among those heaven calls set apart. Completion, in truth, is never just the end of a story. It's the birth of a movement. Everything you've read, felt, and reflected upon is meant to live beyond this moment. The light that touched you here was never meant to stop with you. It was meant to travel through you to others, to spaces you'll never see, to souls you'll never meet. And now the question isn't what comes next, but what continues through you. This message becomes movement the moment you choose to carry it forward. If these words found you at the exact time you needed them, then pause here and let gratitude speak through action. Share this message, not for numbers, not for visibility, but as a ripple of light. Every share is like lighting another candle in the dark, another proof that faith and hope still exist. Someone out there is standing where you once stood, praying for a sign. Let your act of sharing be that sign. And if you feel this peace settling quietly in your heart, take one more step. Leave a comment below. Write something simple but alive. Maybe, "I'm ready," or "I receive peace." Your words will not vanish. They will linger as small lights for others who come after you. Each comment becomes an altar of connection, a thread in this tapestry of faith. If this space has felt like a resting place for your soul, if you found strength or comfort here, then subscribe, not as a routine, but as a relationship. Think of it as returning to a familiar fire, a space that warms without burning, that speaks without shouting. Each message that follows will meet you in new seasons with the same divine rhythm. And if your heart feels a gentle stirring to help this message continue its journey, to keep the flame burning for others who need it, then give, not as obligation, but as offering. Giving is sacred participation. It's like placing another log on the fire, so that its warmth can reach those still walking through their own night. Your giving doesn't have to be large. It only has to be real, whether through time, prayer, or support. Every seed sustains this light. Every act says, "This message mattered to me, and I want it to find someone else." Play. Even if all you do today is read, breathe, and whisper, "Thank you." That is still worship. Gratitude itself is a form of generosity. It tells heaven, "I see what you've done, and I carry it forward." So, as this story closes, let peace remain. You've walked through darkness and discovered divine design. You've watched endings become beginnings. You've seen yourself rise not as the same person, but as the renewed one, refined and radiant. Carry that peace wherever you go. Let your calm shift rooms. Let your faith become fragrance. Let your life tell the story of transformation without ever needing to explain it. And as we close this chapter, remember, like, share, comment, subscribe, or give only if your heart feels led, not from duty, but from devotion, because what you nurture here will travel farther than you imagine, reaching hearts you'll never meet, echoing truths you've lived to prove. This may be the end of the script, but it is the beginning of your continuation. The message lives on through you.